I would like to call to order the Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023 meeting of the Danville City Council. Madam Clerk, roll call to establish a quorum, please.
Mayor Ricky Williams Jr.
Present.
Alderman Heidi Wilson. Present. Carolyn Wands. Present. James Bouchard.
Present.
Bob Iverson.
Present.
Alicia Ford.
Present.
Mike O'Kane.
Here.
Mike Poore.
Present.
Rick Streeting.
Here.
Sherry Pickering. Here. Ethan Burt.
Present.
Eve Ludwig. Present. Tricia Teague. Present. Robert Williams.
Present.
Darren York.
Present.
14 present.
14 present. At this time, we will have the invocation led by the Reverend Tyson Parks, the presiding elder of the Illinois Annual Conference of the AME Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Alderman Burt. Please rise.
Let us bow our hearts and our heads as we approach the throne of God. It is again, my Heavenly Father, that we pause to say good evening to you, to give thanks and praise for this another day's journey. We're mindful of what your word says. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. And we're asking you on this evening, my Heavenly Father, that you will allow your Shekinah glory to overshadow this council meeting, that everything that will be done in decency and order, that the name of Yeshua, Jesus the Christ, is glorified and magnified, because we realize that without him, life would not be worth the living. And so we pause to say thank you. We pray for our mayor and this council as they're preparing to take care of the business at hand. We pray for wisdom. We pray for unity. We pray for understanding. And above all, we pray for peace. And so, God, have your way in this meeting. Bless even the new council persons that will be taking office on today, God. We pray for them. But they will come to realize that they may have been elected by their individual wards, but they answered the call that you had in their lives. And so we pray for them, God, that they too, when they take the helm, will be mindful that they're not there for themselves, but they are there for you. Because it is in you that we move and have our being. And so on this evening, we say, come, Holy Spirit. Come, heavenly dove, with all of your quickening power. Carry the flame of sacred love in these cold hearts of ours. It is in the name of Yeshua, Jesus, the Christ, that we ask these blessings. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Elder Parks. We appreciate you. At this time, we have the minutes from the April 18th meeting. Is there a motion to approve those? So moved. Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or debate on those? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. All right. We also have before you an agenda this evening. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Yes, Alderwoman Ford.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion to remove item B from the agenda.
Will you lower your 11B?
You can hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Can you just lower your mic a little bit?
There's
There's been a motion to remove item 11B from the agenda. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by Vice Mayor Albertson. Any discussion on the agenda amendment? Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to also make that amendment, or that motion to pull that. Reasons being, number one, the uncertainty of whether our own bylaws would follow concerning the subcommittee and advancing the items to full council. Number two, the letter from the ACLU cited the legal jeopardy we knowingly will be putting the city in and ourselves in. Three, the letter from the Attorney General citing a direct violation of the Reproductive Health Act, as well as the financial assistance being offered, potentially violating the limitations imposed by state law and applicable professional regulations, including state and local ethics code and the Illinois Rule of Professional Conduct. Fourth, the newly elected aldermen being seated tonight should be the ones casting a vote for or against the ordinance, not the ones outgoing as aldermen.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or debate on adjusting the agenda? Yes, Ethan. Alderman Burton.
Being that this will be my last day as alderman, and this is being removed from the agenda, I'll say this now. This week has been very revealing, very enlightening. I think I've gotten about 300 emails, phone calls. I have not moved from the couch. It's very heartbreaking, the situation on both sides. The casual conversation about the ending of human life, it's unbearable. But also, the opposing side, I don't agree with it. I invite those who claim the name of Jesus to do in the way that Jesus and the disciples did. They did not overthrow, they invited. They showed transformative love to one another, and it changed the whole world. God blessed us with free will. I invite you to sustain that same blessing, whether you agree with it or not. We are told, wow, to love our neighbor, and they asked, who is our neighbor? Obviously trying to skirt out of it. This is a well-intentioned and noble pursuit to preserve life, but it is misguided. If this were to come back up, I invite my believing council members to remember the way of Jesus. He is the way, the truth, and the life, not through coercion, not through mandate. It wasn't long ago that we were up in arms about mandated masks and vaccines, and I was furious about that too. And this is another mandate. I've received a lot of scripture emailed to me, texted to me, called to me. I have one back for you. 2 Timothy chapter 2, 22 through 26. For those who claim the name of Jesus. For those who do not yet know the joy of Jesus, John 3:16 through 21. God loves all of you, every single one of you, and wishes that none should perish. I love you too. I voted yes last week because something of this weight should be in front of everybody, not just a small group. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Alderman Burt. Vice Mayor Everson.
If we postpone this tonight, in some ways I'm disappointed because I have 7 pages of comments here to make on the motion, many of which were about being a Christian. But I do feel that because of things that have happened most recently, we shouldn't be plunging ahead into looking into this. We had an amendment proposed only 3 days ago. We had a letter from the Attorney General yesterday. We had a letter from the Texas lawyer today. This is not exactly a time for us to consider it. We need to have public hearings. We need to spend about 6 weeks, probably, getting it all figured out, hear from everybody, review what some of the details mean for us to plunge into it, just as not the way we've ever done any kind of action in the past. It took us 4 months to decide whether we could park RVs in your driveway. It's taken us 10 days to get to this point. I think we need a lot more consideration before we move ahead for or against it. I think we need to think it through. So far, there hasn't been a lot of discussion on some of the fine points, and I really do think we need that. That's why I go along with the idea of postponing it.
Alderman Pritchard.
Yes, I concur with Alderman Burt. I'm agreeing with everything that he basically said, and I agree also what he said. This is a very tough issue, and maybe it's moved rather rapidly, but I hate to see it shelved for right now. I think it's something that we're going to have to deal with regardless. So Adam, Ethan, you're not alone, brother. I'm backing you.
Alderwoman Teague.
I will concur with what Vice Mayor Iverson said. We spent considerable time on RVs and on garbage toters, much to my chagrin. And this is a very serious issue, the type of issue that does require time. I spent considerable time making phone calls, asking questions, having meetings. Oh, while I also was on vacation and not even in town. So I think it requires a lengthy conversation. However, um, personally, I'm prepared to talk about it tonight. If we talk about it tonight and vote on it tonight, I'm prepared if we don't. Um, but I am concerned, and I have had in the emails that were sent, some of them concerned about how quickly we're moving, especially right there, word out of my mouth. We spent considerable time on RVs and toters, and those things are not nearly as critical and as serious for our community, for our city, for the taxpayers, for all of these people here as this is. So, I, from a personal perspective, just based on the amount of time I've spent on this and time away from billable hours in my business, I would love to go ahead and have the conversation. However, whatever the body chooses to do, I will abide by and support, and hopefully I'm not the swing vote on that.
Alderwoman Wands.
I would like to see us move ahead with it. As all of you, I'm sure you've had many, many, many phone calls and emails and such what, people stopping you on the streets and everything. But what really surprised me, I guess, was out of the many, many hundreds that contacted me, 81.1% of them wanted us to go for it. 81.1. I was very surprised, very surprised. I kept track of every phone call, every conversation, every. I think for the majority of our city, obviously wants us to decide on this, wants us to rise up and speak, whether we are for it or not for it. They want us to speak. And I think we're doing our city an injustice by just pushing it off and pushing it off and pushing it off. We've had time. We've had time. I've read this stuff, and I'm sure all of you have too. Forwards, backwards, insides out, upside down, in every other direction that I could think to read it. And I'm, like she said, I'm prepared. I'm prepared, and I just feel like we need to do what our constituents are wanting us to do, and they're wanting us to solve this. They're not wanting us to put it on the back burner and push it and push it and push it and push it. Cowards do that.
Alderwoman Ford.
I believe, as the two have stated, that all these other items took time. But now we want to push this and move it so fast. I understand some of you are ready to vote, but if all these other things that were minor took that much time, why would we move to push this in so little time instead of taking the time and looking at the whole situation 360 degrees around and letting the public, really, the whole public come in on it? Sure, we've had plenty of phone calls, plenty. And the thing to me is people's feelings and emotions have come up in the air. And to me, this was about my oath I took to follow the law, to uphold the law as a council person. It doesn't go into my morality. This to me is about the oath I took to uphold the law. And there is that law. So what are we doing as council persons? Not to uphold the law.
Thank you, Alderwoman Ford. Alderwoman Ludwig.
The difference between the toters and the RV ordinance is there's never been this great of a city interest in those two issues. This has been a huge interest in our community, this particular issue. And because of that, we alderpersons have spent countless hours researching federal law, state law, the constitutions, hours talking with the citizens here in Danville, not sleeping at night very well because we're examining our consciences. We know the directions of our citizens that they would like for us to vote on this issue. I don't believe that we would gain any additional information needed to assess or determine how we should vote on this matter by tabling it for a few more weeks and talking to more people. If we tabled every ordinance that came before our vote with the city, we'd never accomplish much of anything. If we waited for consensus or vote from our citizens at an election on ordinances, we wouldn't get anything done. We're elected to make decisions on city matters that come before us, and it's what we should do in this case. We cannot not have courage in this matter. We have to be courageous and we have to move forward on this.
Thank you, Alderwoman Ludwig. Yes. Although I will come back to you after I allow everyone to speak, Alderwoman. Yes, Alderwoman Wilson.
I don't think it has anything to do with courage. I feel like we are rushing it. Yes, as Chairman Poore pointed out, we just received communications just in the last couple days from the higher ups, and I've had people come to my house, just like 1,000,000,000 emails, phone calls, just like everyone else. But I'm not ready to rush into something. It doesn't have. I'm not scared by any means. I'm not. Doesn't have anything to do with courage. Has everything to do with taking the time to make the right decisions for everyone. And I'm not going to let the pressure of the twos and fours make me make a decision that we should not be making tonight.
Alderman Williams.
Yes, during our public service meetings.
Alderman, can you please move your mic over in front of you a little so we can hear you? That's okay.
Yeah, during our public service meeting, we had the.
Alderman, can you move it over just a bit more? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I want to make sure everyone
I'm
can hear
normally
you.
very loud, but I'm sorry. During our public service meeting, we had privilege of having our attorney, Simon, that briefed us on this idea and all the issues that were involved. I don't believe our full council have heard what he has to say. It would be ideal before we make any decisions to have him to fill us in as to what's going on with this. Attorney Simon, do you have any comments on that? Would that help us to come to something?
Let me start out by saying, though I'm sure some of you won't accept it, but I hope you do. When I started on this journey a month ago, researching this concept that now is embodied in a proposed ordinance, which now has a proposed amendment to the proposed ordinance, I did not embark on my journey from the viewpoint of being pro-life or pro-choice. I embarked on the journey of being pro-law. So what did I do? I looked and researched Illinois law on decisions and statutes that would have a bearing or might have a bearing on this issue. And I researched federal law, including the issues involved with the Comstock Act and the Dobbs decision, Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Center, the decision last year that overturned Roe v. Wade. I looked at Roe v. Wade, and I looked at the U.S. Constitution on the issue. So the Supreme Court is the final say on how we apply and interpret the Constitution. And here is my conclusion. And I'll explain it because Alderman Williams has asked me to. I do not believe under Illinois law or federal law that this ordinance is legal. Let me start out with the Dobbs decision. The Dobbs decision, which overturned Roe v. Wade last year, provided that the due process clause in the U.S. Constitution does not provide a fundamental right of privacy insofar as abortion is concerned. And the court went through why. It is not part of what they call the penumbra of rights that prior Supreme Courts have engrafted onto the due process clause. And as a result, the U.S. Supreme Court, in concluding its opinion, stated that the matter regarding abortion, pro or con, is a matter that is left to the states. Curiously, the U.S. Supreme Court did not mention the Comstock Act, nor did it mention the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment of the Constitution provides that if the Constitution does not cover a particular issue or matter, that is a matter that is reserved to the states and the people electing state representatives and their governor, regardless of what state. And obviously, as a result of that decision, we have had states all over the country, including Illinois, adopt all kinds of statutes covering abortion, the whole range and all. Illinois, prior to Dobbs, adopted a statute called the Reproductive Health Act. The Reproductive Health Act clearly and unequivocally, for better or for worse, provides that abortion, the right of abortion or not to have an abortion, and other reproductive health care is an individual's choice. Either way the individual goes, they are protected under that act. There's nothing in the act that compels one even to make a choice. Whichever way they go, they are protected, and it is a fundamental right. There are a number of other statutes that went into effect this year, in January of this year, that bolster, support, and in some cases, specifically incorporate the Reproductive Health Care Act, including one statute, name doesn't come to mind, but I could get it for you, but provides that providers of reproductive health care are also protected. So the individual is protected in connection with reproductive health care, from contraception to pregnancy to termination, whatever. It's protected, and providers who provide those services are also protected. Now, there's another provision in the Reproductive Health Act, and it's called a home rule preemption. The Illinois Constitution has provided, the 1970 Constitution has provided a section that says certain municipalities, including the city of Danville, are home rule municipalities, and therefore they can regulate anything and everything that the state can regulate, unless there is a preemption in any particular statute that prohibits that. Simple example, in the Illinois Liquor Control Act of, I think it's 1934, there is one home rule preemption that says a municipality cannot adopt an ordinance that lets persons under 21 consume alcohol, purchase, possess, consume alcohol. The Reproductive Health Act contains such a provision, and that provision states that no municipality can adopt an ordinance regulating reproductive health care, which is stricter than what the Reproductive Health Act provides. So our limits are to the extent of the Reproductive Health Act, and cannot restrict access to reproductive health. Now, the Comstock Act. The language of the Comstock Act in question that is referenced in the proposed ordinance essentially provides that it is unlawful to mail, ship, or receive medications, other items that can produce or induce an abortion. In 1930s, federal courts, not the Supreme Court, but appellate courts, began to narrow the application of those provisions in the Comstock Act. And the court didn't expressly state why, but I have a good idea why, and I'll explain that. But they held that if the place where the conduct, where the items are to be mailed, where the items are to be shipped and received, legally authorizes something. The initial case involved contraceptives, condoms specifically. Then the Comstock Act can't be used against that state statute. And my guess is the reason why courts started in the 30s limiting this, the Comstock, those provisions of the Comstock Act, is because states had varying laws on these issues. In late 2022, December, the Department of Justice issued an opinion regarding mifepristone and other abortion medications regarding the shipping, mailing, or receiving of those. And the advice to the post office was, if it's legal, then the Comstock, where it's going, then the Comstock Act does not apply. So that is the my reasoning for finding that the ordinance is illegal under Illinois law, and indeed the Comstock Act could not be applied successfully. At some point, there may be a decision by the U.S. Supreme Court on this issue of the Comstock Act. I don't know how it's going to come out. Fortunately, tonight I left my crystal ball at home, so I can't give an opinion. But if they want to apply the Comstock Act, then they will be contravening their own decision in Dobbs that said this issue is left to the states. So as I say, there's a conflict there. I don't know how the court will come out. Does that help, Alderman Williams?
Yes, we appreciate the explanation on those. Thank you.
Alderwoman Pickering.
We did hear from our attorney. We had pages and pages on our emails that we could have read. We also received pages from other attorneys. I have spent hours and hours studying for this, which I know most of us have. I know, like Alderman Wands, I had about 75% of the people that I talked to that want us to move forward with this and make a decision now, because they want to know what Danville is going to be. Is it going to be an abortion town, or is it going to stand up for the women, for the non-abortions?
Alderwoman Teague.
I have a question as it relates to procedure. So if this is, I think the motion on the floor is the table,
It's to
correct?
remove.
To remove.
Yes.
So
It
if,
could be brought back at any time by an alderman.
okay, so if it's removed, then it's no discussion, nothing else beyond this moment right now.
That's correct.
And then it will come back at a future meeting to be determined.
If it were
It may.
if it were requested
Okay.
as it was this time, yes.
And if it stays and we get to the point, then what? Then it just goes through the normal process, which is we either vote or it could be tabled.
That's true as well.
Okay. Those are the answers to my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Chairman Poor.
I want to we did put an amendment in the ordinance for tonight. It basically says none of this goes into effect until after the federal government rules on what's going on. So this doesn't stop anything,
Mm-mm.
period. This chapter basically protects the city from being sued until the law is passed that makes it legal to do what we're talking about doing. This chapter shall take effect when the city of Danville obtains declaratory judgment from the court that it may enact and enforce an ordinance requiring compliance with the abortion-related provisions of 18 of the U.S. Constitution, 140 or 1461 and 18, abortion, and U.S. Excuse me.
U.S. Code. U.S. Code, not Constitution.
Oh, U.S. Code, I'm sorry. However, those statutes are interpreted by the court and declaratory judgment becomes final upon the conclusion of direct appeals. So all this does is postpones everything for years and years and years. This doesn't do anything to stop anything that's going on right now. Okay? So I just wanted to be clear, that's what the amendment is.
Yes, Alderwoman Ford.
So if it postpones it for years and years, what's the issue
Why are we even
between?
talking about it? Right.
Yes. What's the issue with removing it from the agenda now?
We should just remove it. Call for the question.
I'm sorry, Chairman, is it all right if Alderwoman Wilson speaks? Alderwoman, yes.
Well, my question is, if it's illegal, why are we discussing it in the first place?
I think the point that has been made by those who brought it forward is that there is a conflict between what the federal code says and what the state code says on this matter. So I think that that's why,
The city is governed by the state.
and by the federal government as well.
Yes, but there is a hierarchy. State first, then federal.
It doesn't operate that way, but.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Call for the question.
Mayor?
Alderwoman Ford.
My understanding
Mayor?
is,
Yes.
I saw you looked over at me. The U.S. Supreme Court has held on this issue the state controls. However, if it's all right with Chairman Poor, something needs to be clarified.
Okay.
The amendment does not protect the city from a lawsuit. Very, very, very often, legislation is passed with an effective date down the road. Very common that states do that rather than effective immediately. And people file lawsuits for temporary restraining orders all the time. So if it's passed, those who want to sue will sue. Maybe not, I don't know. But you can never protect anybody. Anybody can sue anybody about anything. Doesn't mean they're going to win. We don't know.
Jim, in our conversations, though, you did clarify that they would not have standing if they did not have damages because the law was in place, correct?
That doesn't apply. That conversation occurred before we talked about the Attorney General. That does not apply to the Attorney General because the Attorney General is obligated to enforce state law and city ordinances. So if he wanted to, and again, I don't know if he's going to, can sue, bring a temporary restraining order, which basically feeds into this amendment. And now you've got a court who would make a decision one way or another.
So as we discussed, though, again, it would likely receive a stay, whether or not it's either way. If they were to vote for the original amendment or the original ordinance or the amendment, we would likely receive a stay from some court.
Yeah, it would. I mean, what likely would happen is whoever files the suit, let's say it's the Attorney General, he would probably, or his office would probably seek a temporary restraining order holding the status quo of the situation with Danville as it exists and put the ordinance on hold until the litigation was decided. And then whatever the court decided, go forward. If the court approves the ordinance, then it could go into effect. If it doesn't approve the ordinance, then the ordinance is barred from going into effect. So in terms of damages, if nobody, the Attorney General would not sue for damages. The ACLU would not likely bring a suit in its name. It would need somebody to be what we in the profession call a straw plaintiff. It could be the clinic, it could be an individual. For an individual, they will not have suffered damages because it hasn't affected their life at this point financially. The clinic, there's a question there. There's a question. Maybe not, as I looked into it further, damages in terms of purchasing the property, because they purchased the property before this uh, issue, even before the draft ordinance, but before this issue started making its way to the city council. They went ahead and closed on the property and all. I don't think this ordinance would stop them from coming in. The ordinance might stop them from providing certain services if it's upheld. But a court, at least it would be in the courts at that point if somebody sued us, and the court will determine it, whether it's federal court sitting the central district, central district of Illinois in Urbana, or our court here in Vermilion County. Depends on who brings the suit and where it's brought.
Alderwoman Teague.
When was this amendment proposed officially?
I sent it to you as soon as I received it. It would have.
Yesterday?
No, no.
It was, I think, Sunday. So the amendment isn't even actually on the table yet.
Okay.
Because somebody would have to vote on.
That was my
Yes, ma'am.
concern, because the amendment never came to the committee, and the amendment is not on the city's website, so we could be possibly violating open
No,
meetings.
you don't.
We
It's not a
wouldn't?
violation.
It wouldn't?
Please. We will keep quorum. If you disrupt the meeting so that we cannot proceed, you will be removed. Yes, Alderwoman Teague, the bottom line is.
So that is not on the table. What is on the table right now is the original ordinance
That's correct.
proposal. Okay, thank you.
That's right. But no, we would not be doing anything illegal. You can amend any ordinance at any time, as we often have here at
Okay.
the chamber.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any, Chairman, you've called the question. So if you vote yes, then you are voting to remove this from the item 11B from the agenda. If you vote no, then you would like to have it at least discussed this evening. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Burt,
Could you clarify that one more time, please?
Yes, it would be removed from the agenda. No, it would stay on the agenda.
Yes.
No.
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 Say one more time. Remove.
I'm sorry.
We're-
Please let the clerk call your name. That way she can be
Okay.
sure. If you vote yes, it will be removed from the agenda. If you vote no, it will stay on the agenda for this evening.
So Alderman Burt, your vote was yes. Thank you. Ludwig?
No.
Teague? No. Williams?
No.
York?
No.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wands?
No.
Bouchard?
No.
Iverson?
Yes.
Ford?
Yes.
O'Kane?
No.
Poor?
Yes.
Streebing?
Yes.
6 yes.
Nope, I get to
Pickering.
vote too.
Pickering.
Oh,
Chair
I'm
Pickering.
sorry.
Yeah.
Alderman
No.
Pickering. Okay. 6 yes.
By a vote of 6 to 8, the motion fails. We are back to the original agenda. Is there any discussion on the agenda? If not, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. We do have an agenda. We're at capacity. Should we give him any more preference then? Sure. Thank you. All right. Pardon? Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
We voted to not remove that item, then do we need another motion and second to actually approve the agenda as presented?
Oh,
or-
yes, ma'am, you're correct.
Okay.
Is there a motion and second to approve the agenda? I apologize.
I make the motion to accept the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The ayes have it. I do not have any proclamations, board, committee, or personnel appointments this evening. Are there any reports of boards, agencies, or commissions? Any reports of boards, agencies, or commissions? Seeing none, items of information, I do have a few. Just as a reminder, the exits are to my left, the right of most of the audience going up the stairs, or you can also go through this room or through this back hallway down to the other stairs. If you should have to leave for some reason, you'll go up one flight of stairs and then you would leave out the door to your right. Also, as a reminder, if you could, please silence your cell phones. Please silence your cell phones. We just want to make sure everyone can hear. And also, around the corner through this back hallway or through this room is the restrooms are there, as well as a water fountain and vending machines if anyone should need them. A couple of things before we get into our petitions or communications or audience comments. I appreciate it. So far, we've done a good job. I want to just reiterate that no matter what we believe on this, it's everyone's right to be heard. Everyone has a right to be heard, no matter what you think or how much you disagree with someone. So while other people are speaking, we will not have chanting. We will not have shouting over people. We will not have yelling or clapping so excessively that we cannot hear. Because you all want to have your voice heard, and you should have your voice heard, and everyone else wants their voice heard too. We are Danville, no matter what happens. And more than that, also, we have a lot of guests in this room, and we expect our guests to keep your decorum as well. I also ask this. After so many times you're going to hear someone invoke the Comstock Act, or you're going to hear someone invoke the Illinois Reproductive Act. After a while, we ask that you please not continue repeating the same things over and over again. For example, if Alderman Pickering were to get up and give all the reasons why she's against something or why she's for something, I would ask those who come after her, if you have the same points as Alderwoman Pickering, then please just say, I agree with Alderwoman Pickering and I support this or I oppose it. Why do I ask that? Because I want everyone to have an opportunity to speak, okay? So please, if you only continue anything beyond that, if you have additional new points. If there are points that have not been brought up before, please feel free to say those. But if you just agree with somebody else, then please just say, I agree with so-and-so and I oppose or support the amendment, okay? Or the ordinance. At this time, I will call on Madam Clerk to call us forward. If you would, please come forward. If she doesn't have your name on the card, just state your name clearly and you will have 3 minutes to speak. 3 minutes only. You will hear a buzzer go off. When the buzzer goes off, you're done. If you're mid-sentence, that's it. So please try to be succinct in your comments because we want to make sure, again, that everything you want to say is heard.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a few cards that do not have a subject matter, but I'm assuming these are all on item 11B. So please correct me if I am not right on that. First, I have Thomas Miller of Danville.
Well, while we interrupt, someone said that Attorney General Kwame Raoul was outside, and we have had our officers and our fire service check, and there is no indication that that is correct. If Mr. Raoul were here, he would certainly be welcome, and we would make room regardless of the fact that we're at capacity. So my understanding is he's not here. If he's here, he absolutely would be invited into the room.
Hannah Landis of Danville.
So, Chief, give me just one moment. We need to figure this out procedurally. Pardon? No. I don't think there's going to be a need to. If we can just hold on a second, if we'll get a procedure together and figure it out. Um, Yes. Ms. Robertson, thank you for your good idea. Because we're at capacity, for safety's sake, we will need to have one person swap out as they come in, and then we can swap back in, okay? Thank you, Ms. Robertson. Ms. Landis, please come forward.
Hi, Council. I haven't prepared any remarks today. I've been working with moms and babies all day. I'm a midwife serving this area, serving some other areas, and I just wanted to talk about the language of the ordinance. So, according to my reading of the ordinance, abortion drugs would not be permitted to be brought into city limits. Is that correct?
For the purpose of abortion.
For the purposes of abortion. Abortion drugs are indistinguishable from drugs that we use for postpartum hemorrhage, drugs that are essential for postpartum hemorrhage. We don't know when someone's using those drugs for one reason or another, because that's between the healthcare provider and the woman. Okay? So whether there are feelings about that, we have to set to the side and think about the legality of banning drugs that are essential for the prevention of postpartum hemorrhage. These are drugs that are used every day at the hospital, in our clinics, and not every day, but in my practice. They are medications that I carry in my mobile clinic as I go out serving moms in the hope that I don't have to use them. Now, it's been proposed that maybe some drugs can be eliminated while others can be allowed for this purpose. That isn't possible. These drugs are indistinguishable. So I've spent the last 2 years studying molecular and cellular biology at the University of Illinois with reproductive physiologists looking at receptors on the uterus. We can't differentiate why these drugs are being used. Okay, so pass an ordinance that bans abortion drugs, then under the law, we are also banning life-saving anti-hemorrhagic medication. We know that passing a law that casually makes a criminal is a bad idea, and that's what this law does. Under my reading of the ordinance, even basic herbs that I carry in my bag, in my car right now, could be considered to be in violation of the ordinance. Because while I use them for one purpose, to help a woman who's maybe having a miscarriage.
Ms. Landis, I apologize. Thank you for your.
Thank you.
Patrick Halloran. Halloran, are you in the room? The card says
Card for
Patrick
Mrs. Halloran as well.
The card says Patrick Halloran.
I have one for Bethany Halloran as well.
Okay, go ahead, please, Dr. Halloran.
Sorry, this is actually taking off of what Hannah's saying. Hello, Council. Hello, Mayor Williams. I'm Dr. Bethany Halloran. I am the one and only sole OBGYN physician in all of Vermilion County. I'm here today as a women's healthcare provider, a Danville citizen, and a proud mother of two. I'm deeply concerned about the unintended negative impact this proposed city ordinance will have on the women in our community. The seriousness of restricting the availability of these medications cannot be understated. The medications listed in this ordinance have a wide range of applications beyond their relation to medical terminations, and they need to remain readily available to the people of Danville. Thank you, Hannah. It's my job to help create healthy families, and I love doing that for this community. And restricting the delivery of these medications will not allow me to provide the standard of care that these women deserve. Put simply, it will unnecessarily endanger the lives of women and could very well lead to preventable death. Just a quick note on some of these medications for an education purpose. Misoprostol is a prostaglandin inhibitor and is a medication that originated for gastric ulcers. However, it also serves other purposes in my practice. I use misoprostol for both premenopausal and postmenopausal women to obtain better biopsies of women's uteruses in the event that they may have cancer as a means to open their cervix in surgery. Moreover, as Hannah mentioned, I administer this medication in emergent obstetric or GYN incidents of life-threatening uterine bleeding. It's a medication that's listed in all obstetric hemorrhage protocols, and it saves a woman's life after she delivers a baby because it's such an effective medication to use for these indications. Restricting misoprostol would, in effect, make it much more dangerous to manage hemorrhages post-birth and needlessly endanger the life of new mothers. Another medication, mifepristone, is an anti-progesterone and an anti-glucocorticoid medication. Paired with the misoprostol, these two medications are a highly effective method to medically manage a miscarriage. 1 in 4 women, 25% of women will suffer a miscarriage at some point in their reproductive years. You know a woman who's had a miscarriage, but you probably don't know it because they've likely managed it at home under the aid of these medications that an OBGYN provider can administer. This allows the woman to pass that non-viable pregnancy tissue at home, and it significantly decreases their risk of having a bleeding episode that would land them in the hospital and potentially a subsequent surgery. Lastly, methotrexate, which was mentioned in the ordinance, is a medication that's utilized across many specialties, not just women's health. It's a chemotherapeutic agent used by oncologists to treat various types of cancers. It's used by rheumatologists for rheumatoid arthritis. I use it to help treat ectopic pregnancies. Ectopic pregnancies lie outside the uterus, between the uterus and the ovary, usually landing in the fallopian tube. That pregnancy is non-viable. It will never live. A baby that's not in the uterus cannot survive. We need to make these medications available.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. Dr. Halloran, is Patrick here?
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Patrick Halloran. Thank you, Mayor Williams and the City Council for giving everyone the opportunity to speak on this important topic in our community. United States, 7th Circuit, 1915. Young's Rubber Corporation versus C.I. Lee and Company, 2nd Circuit, 1930. Davis versus United States, 6th Circuit, 1933. I could go on and on and on. And I'm going to reiterate what the city attorney said earlier. You may not know what these court cases are, and that's okay, but I guarantee the ACLU does. They would be all too happy to use the long history of judicial precedent regarding the interpretation of Section 1461 of Title US of the U.S. Code, often referred to as the Compact Act, to sue the city of Danville, and they would win. In an official opinion, December 23, 2022, as the city attorney mentioned, the U.S. Department of Justice addressed the very issue we're dealing with tonight. In their official legal guidance to the General Counsel of the United States Post Office, DOJ concluded, I quote, the U.S. Code does not prohibit the mailing of certain drugs that can be used to perform abortions where the sender lacks drugs will use them unlawfully. Because there are manifold ways for recipients in every state to lawfully use such drugs, including to abortion, the mere mailing of such drugs to a jurisdiction is insufficient for them to be used unlawfully. End quote. Following 21 pages of that opinion from the DOJ lays out extensive judicial precedent case where those who tried to act Compact Act literally do not. This is not my opinion. This is an irrefutable fact. I admire do strongly part right. As long as it remains legal on the federal level, you will lose this inevitable lawsuit and cost taxpayers so please, right to work laws, mind, vote for pro-life candidates. Not vote for this tonight. gotten bad legal advice. Ordinance premise has been roundly rejected by federal courts for the last 100 years. Not add the city of Danville to the list of court cases I mentioned earlier. Although your efforts might be noble, mentally, legally misguided, laid out plainly by federal guidance from the Department of Justice, will only result in a costly lawsuit. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Go ahead and call two names so someone can be waiting and maybe we can speed things up a little bit. First, I have Dr. George Asuli of Danville, and then after Dr. Asuli, I have Dr. Tim Horner.
Hello, good evening. There's a lot of people here that could talk a lot better than I can. But I just want to start by telling you a little bit about where I came from. Been in practice for 24 years here in Danville, almost lifetime resident of Vermilion County. And at 50 years and 3 months old, I'm one of the oldest members present in the post-Roe generation. Know a lot of people looking around the room that are on both sides of this issue, and I love them, and they all have their perspectives on this. My perspective is pretty simple. Life begins at conception. The rights of any human to end or terminate another life, that's where their rights end. Danville will be a beacon of hope if they do confirm this sanctuary status. It's not about religious right. It is about preserving life. It is about preserving the sanctity of human life. And I don't need 3 minutes to finish out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dr. Hello, my name is Timothy Horner. I'm a physician who has worked and practiced in Danville for the past 29 years. When it comes to this topic that we're dealing with, while some may deny it, it is an issue with regard to morality. There is a morality that comes from the Bible that preserves human life. If one does not hold to that morality, they hold to another morality. For that reason, when it comes to the medications that we're talking about, there is a correct use of those medications, and which would be a moral basis. There is an incorrect use of those medications, which would be an immoral basis. As I see it, my morality is based on a biblical premise, and it's a premise that's been around for centuries. By the same token, we have other individuals here that hold, whether they believe it or not, to a morality as well. And my question is, what is that morality based on? If that morality is based on preference, and if that morality is based on finances, then that's the superficial level that morality is leaning toward. My feeling is that morality based on those two principles, finances and convenience, will change. And it does not, and it basically it leaves the door wide open for what anyone prefers and for what anyone wants to get money from. Our county or our city takes a risk, a financial risk. But my encouragement at this point is the risk of finances greater than the risk of a morality that's based on substance, more than convenience and finances. Thank you.
Horner, and after Mrs. Horner, Pat Wagamont of Danville.
I'm here to ask you to vote again or for the ordinance, and I have a few reasons why. First of all, it is life. Because someone says it is not life, it doesn't change that it's life. As a mother of 4, I could tell you that was a life, and it didn't become a life when the child came out of my body. It was a life before that, and anybody who really considers scientific fact will know that. My daughter-in-law is almost due. She's due on the 20th. I'm saying this because I saw a sign that said life begins with breath. I so disagree with that. She's been going to the doctor, and for whatever reason, just last week, they were timing the baby's practice breaths for 30 minutes to see how many times the baby would give a practice breath. That tells me this is a living being, and just coming out of one environment into another does not bring life or mean that it is all of a sudden life. Danville is a smaller community. I don't advocate for abortion clinics anywhere, but if you have an abortion clinic in a large city, it's relatively kind of not known. But if you have an abortion clinic in our community, it will be known by all of us. And I don't know about you. Well, I guess I do know in a sense. You want our community to be well thought of. I would like our community to be known for the good things, like it's got its own symphony. That really impressed me when we moved here. It's got a good community college. It's got a good VA system. It has community pride in caring for one another. I can promise you that no matter what we have that's good in our community, if we become a community that has an abortion clinic, all those other things will take second place to the fact that we're an abortion clinic or an abortion town. That's what it will become known for. And I don't want that. And I hope that you don't want that. And I hope that you will consider that. I hear all the legal things flying around, but I keep thinking, shouldn't we as a town be able to say whether or not we want an abortion clinic here? That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lawrence.
Mayor and Alderman, I was corporation counsel for the city of Danville for 21 years, from 1987 to 2008. I was delighted to hear my successor explain the law, because that's what we're talking about here is the law. It doesn't matter whether you're pro-life or pro-choice, you have to face the consequences of this ordinance. The proponents of the ordinance say that it deals with the Comstock Act, which is a federal law, and that we should enforce it. As council has explained, the Comstock Act, and as Mr. Halloran has explained, the Comstock Act has been interpreted many times not to apply in jurisdictions where abortion is legal, as it is in Illinois. To pass this ordinance means that you want our police officers to enter a premise where an abortion might be taking place and give a ticket, and then haul that person into the city court, fine them $1,500. Well, guess what? You're going to get sued for that every single time you give one of those tickets. You're going to be sued by the Attorney General. He's already said it. You're going to be sued on behalf of some plaintiff by the ACLU. I don't know if you have insurance coverage that covers any of that. You probably don't, because you're intentionally violating Illinois law when you pass this ordinance. You do not have to be pro-choice to vote no. You can be pro-life and still vote no. because of the risks that this ordinance puts the city in. Your vote tonight does not reflect your view on abortion. Your vote tonight reflects your view and your willingness to subject the city and its taxpayers to tremendous risk. I hope that you vote no to protect us and to exercise the proper prudence that we expect from our governing body. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Waldenbach.
Dave Anderson of Danville, and after Mr. Anderson, Sheandre White of Chicago.
Good evening, and I want to say thank you to all of you tonight. I know that your phones have been overwhelmed and your emails overwhelmed, and there's a lot of pressure involved in that. And thank you for taking it and giving it great consideration. I would urge you to consider just a couple things. The lawyers speak better than I can, and so do the doctors, so I won't try to take their territory. But I will tell you this, the issue is still here. When the abortion clinic comes to town, there will be babies dying. There will be mothers having an abortion that will have to deal with it the rest of their lives. So I would urge you, even though it's tabled tonight, don't let this go. Find a way through it. If it has to change in some manner, change it, but let's find a way. The problem is still there. It's not going away. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Anderson.
Good evening. My name is Chandra White, and I'm the Senior Supervising Attorney for the ACLU of Illinois. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to share these remarks with you tonight. I want to explain to you why I am here today. For more than 5 decades, the ACLU of Illinois has litigated every major abortion issue in state and federal court in Illinois. We've also worked tirelessly in the legislature to create protections in the law for those seeking abortion care and other reproductive health services in Illinois. We are so very proud of that work, and to be sure, we are the experts on the law in this area. It is exactly this depth of experience and expertise that led the ACLU to send each of you a letter last week, making it clear that the proposed ordinance before you this evening is unlawful and unenforceable. I understand now that the Attorney General has sent you a similar letter as well. It is your responsibility now under the law to reject this ordinance. To be clear, this ordinance will not result in limiting abortion care in Danville. It will, as you have been warned, result in you and the taxpayers of Danville paying significant legal fees and costs when this ordinance is successfully challenged. The state of Illinois has a reproductive rights policy that eclipses the proposed ordinance. We've already talked a lot tonight and at the Public Works Committee about the Reproductive Health Act, so I'm not going to share too much about the Reproductive Health Act right now, but we are aware that it's the specific policy of the entire state of Illinois that each person in this state has a fundamental right to make all reproductive health care decisions without government interference. All decisions. The RHA applies in Danville the same way it does in Decatur or DeKalb or Dixon or anywhere else. Danville is not above the law. As a local official, there are some things that you can do. You can personally oppose the law. You can work to repeal the RHA in the legislature. You can hold strongly held beliefs about abortion rights. The ACLU fully embraces and supports your right to use your voice in opposition of a policy that we happen to support. But that ability to speak out does not extend to allowing this body to repeal a part of the state law in your community. That is not only illegal, that is an invitation to chaos. We encourage you to ignore the advice you have gotten to pass this ordinance. It is misguided and it is wrong. Despite what you have been told, there is no conflict between state and federal law. Illinois law does govern here. This ordinance is against the law and it should be ignored. The ACLU urges you to reject this measure before you. Follow the law and protect the rights of the citizens of Danville. Thank you.
Nancy Lyman of Danville, and after Nancy Lyman, I have Christine Manring of Edinburgh, Indiana.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to be here and speak. I'm definitely not a public speaker, so I have this written down and I'm just going to read it to you. My name is Nancy Lyman. I'm a third generation, lifelong resident of Vermilion County, and I'm also a registered nurse who has spent nearly my entire career since May 1999 working in maternal infant, maternal child health. I'm a public health nurse, and I have put in many years working in Vermilion County Health Department in various capacities, including but not limited to home visiting nurse programs, the pregnant women, the babies. I've worked in WIC, the Women, Infants, and Children Nutrition Program, family planning and STD clinic when it was at the Vermilion County Health Department. I've worked as a hospital staff nurse, caring for high-risk pregnant women, postpartum, breastfeeding mothers, and their infants along with working in the special care nursery and the NICU. My current position is RN lactation consultant, OB nurse navigator here in Danville, although I work in Urbana as a bedside nurse until Danville OSF, Sacred Heart Medical Center, reopens its birthing facility. The OSF obstetric department and birthing facility in our hospital is set to reopen tentatively September 1st of this year. Working in Vermilion women's health and community health, I'm very informed about the multiple barriers that impede healthcare in Vermilion County. The majority of my work has been spent working with the population most affected by these hardships, these with lower socioeconomic and educational status, those that will be directly affected by the abortion clinic. I am strongly opposed to having an abortion clinic in Vermilion County. Vermilion County's problems will not be helped by bringing an abortion clinic here. I am specifically requesting your approval of the addition of Chapter 142 to the Danville, Illinois Code of Ordinances. I believe our community would be better served by focusing on prevention of unplanned pregnancies and providing education and health services to our community. We as a community need to be proactive in assessing barriers to health and healthy behaviors and providing needed services instead of simply being reactive to unplanned pregnancies and destroying innocent babies' lives. Abortion clinics do not save lives. Abortion destroys lives and harms women and families in so many ways. I have heard personal accounts of women who are trying to heal mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually from abortions, even those that have happened decades ago. I'm not opposed to preventing unplanned pregnancies through family planning education. This is not about family planning and bettering the health of our community, though. Having an abortion clinic in Danville is about money and business. It's not helping families. A greater problem exists with acquiring and keeping medical providers in this area. We need holistic care, including mental health services, substance abuse prevention, treatment, and violence prevention. Again, I strongly believe that providing abortion services in our community is not the answer. Please vote to approve Ordinance 142 and reject abortion supplies and abortion medications.
Thank you, Mrs. Lyman.
Good evening, council members. My name is Christine Mannering. I'm a resident of Indiana and I work as an ICU nurse. My family has sidewalk counseled outside of Clinic for Women in Indianapolis for over 30 years, following them from their previous location on 38th Street to their current location on West 16th Street. It's the owner of this clinic that has purchased property in Danville and would like to move their practice here. Grown up standing outside this clinic as long as I could keep myself off the street. And it's during these years that I've seen firsthand the negative impact this clinic has on the community around it and the impact it would have on the community of Danville if it moves here. Having Clinic for Women in Danville will place a significant burden on your police department. You can see the tension in this room today that necessitates police presence tonight. There are frequent 911 calls made by both the clinic staff and the sidewalk counselors. Several years ago, a neighbor who was in favor of abortion even pulled a gun on sidewalk counselors. Just this past Saturday, 5 police officers were present over the course of 3 hours outside the Clinic for Women in Indianapolis because they had to cite the abortion security for intimidation for firing pepper balls in order to make sidewalk counselors leave. So there's always tension around abortion facilities. The neighbors we speak to who are out walking or waiting at the bus stop are very upset to find that abortions are performed in their community. The landlord has difficulty retaining renters because people don't want their businesses associated with an abortion facility. The 3 longest standing neighbors of Clinic for Women are a pawn shop, a gun store, and a strip club. All the other businesses come and go. There are several incidents of activity that were suspicious for human trafficking of minors associated with the Clinic for Women, which is not surprising if you think about it. Several years ago, a middle-aged man was seen bringing 3 clearly underage girls for abortion care at Clinic for Women. Clinic for Women would also bring a significant burden to Danville's medical system. Ambulances are frequently called there for botched abortions involving life-threatening complications such as perforated bowels and uteruses. The only emergency department in Danville that I'm aware of is the Sacred Heart Medical Center, which has already been mentioned, and it's been mentioned that they do not have OB/GYN physicians on call to deal with this type of medical emergency. Their facility is closed until possibly September. That would mean that Danville would have to transport these patients to Champaign, over 30 minutes away. This would also bringing Clinic for Women here would also pull medical staff from your already understaffed hospitals. By a simple Google search, you can see that Sacred Heart Hospital has posted over 900 jobs for application. Abortion facilities also give disproportionate resources, or get disproportionate resources at the expense of essential medical care. During the pandemic, when resources were scarce, they were prioritized.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Your time is concluded.
Thank you.
Austin Lozelle of Danville and Joe Hensold of Danville.
Mr. Mayor, one point of clarification. Those 900 jobs she said around OSF, that's for the entire OSF healthcare system. That's not just for Danville's hospital.
Okay, that's good to know.
Hello, my name is Austin Lozelle. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a physician. I've not been involved in these industries. I'm a 29-year-old blue-collar worker. I sell HVAC accessories, trying to help people just stay warm, stay cool, and healthy. I'm a father of 3. I'm young. Some people might say that that's odd that I have that many kids at this age. They're 3, 2, and 1. This last year, when my 3rd born was born, we had to drive through the snowstorm in February to get to a hospital in Champaign to have our baby. Should these things go through and we have an abortion clinic, it would have been easier for us to simply drive down the road and get rid of that baby, my daughter Elsie, than it would have been simply to go have her at a hospital. Some might scoff at that and say, who would do such a thing? With this bill, with these things going on, that is a possibility. That people can choose an easy way out. People can say this would be simpler. I'm not ready for another one. I'm not ready for one. To say that it's pro-choice just because you have the option to get rid of in a city where there's no option to currently have one seems absurd to me. Why is it so hard for us to go and have a delivery out of town, but we want to make it convenient to get rid of that in town? With the needs that we have, why do we want to push for simply some simplicity's sake to get rid of without considering all the baggage that comes with that, the emotional struggles that are there? I'm not a woman. I've not had these things. Anyone I've spoken to that has dealt with it attests. It's not a one and done, forget about it situation. It is a lifelong thing that will stick with you. It's an event that happened. Whatever trauma may have caused that, whatever joy may have caused that, this is just as prevalent, if not more. To disregard that aspect of this and say simply because it's convenient for me now, it's not appropriate in my mind for the rest of my time.
Thank you, sir.
I'm a lifelong Danville resident for 65 years. Thank you for receiving me. Thank you for allowing me to fill out the yellow card. Give me 3 minutes. In this card, I noticed that some didn't get a chance to fill this out. The voice of the unborn. I wonder what their voice would say tonight. I'm reminded of a mother of a king giving a king and legislator advice. And the proverb went this way: "Open your mouth for the speechless and those who have no voice, because of all who are appointed to die. Open your mouth, judge righteously, cause open your mouth for the speechless and those who have no voice, cause all who are appointed to die." Danville is confronted with this situation probably, as Doug Knapp said last week, it was forced on us. And I'm proud of you for taking it on and having a listening ear to all of us, both sides of the aisle, so to speak. I'm reminded of a famous lady, Harriet Bailey, who was born a slave, sexually exploited and raped by historical accounts, probably by master, and eventually died after giving birth. Birth and in history, Frederick Douglass. Douglass, champion of inalienable rights, and were precursors to all our legal rights, the law codes in our Constitution and in the Illinois State Constitution. I think we need to go back to there, the foundation of the inalienable right. At any rate, Frederick Douglass, who had no voice, became a voice. One who had no right became a leading voice where leading abolitionists heard him. No one was against the law to run away from. No one was against the law to speak openly with gag rules of law codes. Yet he spoke, became a voice, and even grabbed the ear, the listening ear of Abraham, who was so moved. Civil War occurred, they made a war, get rid of the fancy law of slavery, and to expand the rights, and to expand even voting rights, which at one time was illegal in our country and in different states. So I would caution you.
Mr. Hansel, I apologize.
Okay, open your mouth. Take women.
And Susan Meisner of Rossville. Randy Leibach. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for hearing my voice. And I agree with Joe Hensel. I just want to ask anybody here if they've watched American Idol this year. There's a lot of young talent, men and women, that are growing up, and the town is so unbelievable. But there's one guy, I believe his name is Collins. He gets up there, and right before he sings his song in front of millions of people, he says, "I love my mommy. I love you, Mom." Why he's saying it after every song, "I love you, Mom." There's a reason for that. She was pro-choice. She had baby boy. She had that baby boy. It didn't stop there. She raised him as raised him, and she put her life, his life, and he's 16 years old now. And he's going to feel like an eagle. Praise God for mothers that make that choice. As for my mom, I'm one of them. All of us, we're all living, we're all healthy, we're all a lot older now. My mom, every time somebody calls and says, "Our grandchildren, we're going to have another grandchild," my mom jumps like a baby in Elizabeth Bible. Huh. So my mom leaves every time she hears it, she screams. She says, "Praise the Lord," every time. That choice. Jeremiah 1:5. Before I was formed in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. We are known, born by Jesus. And Jeremiah 29:11, Mr. Mayor, I know this is yours, so I don't mess it up. I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future. What kind of hope and future does that's aborted? I ask you that. I'm really tired. You need to stand up for life. Stand up for life, man. Very much, Mr. Mayor.
My family and friends and I seek health care in Danville, and we care about what happens here. I've been a nurse for over 50 years, starting my career on a maternity unit prior to Roe versus Wade. I saw many tragic situations, so I oppose this ordinance. Some supporters of this ban demand that pregnant women go elsewhere for their care, though travel is costly with prohibitive time delays. The not in my backyard approach stops care for many groups, including mental health homes and reproductive health clinics for low-income women. Danville women deserve improved local access for all options healthcare needs. Danville rests in the great state of Illinois. Our state laws protect women in their personal health choice, but we share shameful rates of maternal mortality and morbidity in some groups, with suicide and homicide being leading risks of death for pregnant women. Maternal mental health remains a concern. For 10 years, I led support groups for women with severe depression, mothers with panic disorder, and the rare but serious postpartum psychosis. Sadly, perinatal syndromes are still common. In contrast, contrary to previous claims made here tonight, many valid studies report consistent findings that the majority of women who make a self-determined decision to end a pregnancy are content with that choice many years later. Most women who are affected by this ban are citizens of our United States, founded on the premise of freedom of thought. While some citizens hold beliefs about life and penetration by a sperm of an ovum, most citizens hold different beliefs about the resulting clump of cells. The imposition of beliefs represented by this ban is a slippery slope, dangerous with other biases, including bans on much used methods of birth control like OCPs, IUDs, and implants. Bans which already have been tested in other states legally, often through costly efforts of outside organizers. Despite ban clauses to exempt cases of a mother's physical health or rape, the costly legal ambiguity of such bans with confusing court decisions cause extreme risk to women's health. And that has already occurred in states where medical intervention was dangerously delayed, as described here with ectopic pregnancies, tubal pregnancies, and other complications. We have seen the lengths used to prevent services for a pregnant rape victim who was a 10-year-old child.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Meissner, your time is concluded.
Alderman, the moral high ground
Meissner,
is
your
to vote
time is
no.
concluded.
Vote no. Thank you.
Brittany Kane of Danville and Father Timothy Sick.
Not really a public speaker, so I wrote down everything. So good evening. My name is Britt Kane. I live, I work, and I'm invested in Danville. I am a concerned citizen of Ward 7, and I'm here today to express my strong opposition for the proposed Ordinance 142. This ordinance is not only legally questionable, but also raises ethical and moral concerns. The proposed ordinance contradicts the Illinois Reproductive Health Act, protects the right to abortion in the state of Illinois. Implementing this will restrictive than the state law will likely result in legal challenges and expose the city to significant legal liability and fees. It has been reported to the potential cost of anywhere to $4 million by local news. I don't know about you, but I can think of several different projects and resources this money would be better allocated towards. It is not fair for the city board to ask its citizens to pay the astounding legal fees and bail out the city of Danville for an ordinance that does not support or protect all of its citizens. Legally, as a woman, I strongly encourage you and I implore you to vote against this ordinance. May I remind you, there are currently no labor and delivery services in Danville. With this ordinance, you are actively trying to prevent a women's health care clinic from opening. This clinic can provide necessary and safe services to women in our community. It's more than just abortion. This is vital. Passing this ordinance will not stop women from seeking out abortion services. It will, however, encourage women to seek unhealthy means, terminate their pregnancies, isolate themselves from those around them due to fear of getting in trouble or paying heavy fines that most people are unable to afford. If you pass this ordinance, women's health will be affected. In conclusion, this ordinance appears to be driven more by personal beliefs than by the concern for the welfare and safety of its citizens. You currently represent the citizens of Danville. Remember that. Now it is time to put your personal beliefs aside and advocate for those citizens. Reject Ordinance 142. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for listening. Mentioned on our dollar bill, that's of course on the on our dollar bill that it says we trust in God. It's, God is referred to 4 times in the Declaration of Independence, and in the preamble of the Constitution of the State of Illinois, the Constitution of the State of Illinois, it says, "We, the people of the State of Illinois, grateful to Almighty God for the civil, political, and religious liberty which He has permitted us to enjoy, and seeking His blessing upon our endeavor." This blessing upon our endeavor, I would like to talk about tonight. I haven't been in here; I've been outside, so I don't know if I was here last week. I know that a lot of the arguments were against the ordinance, saying no to the ordinance because of the legal aspect. I would just like to call one thought to mind. If we believe in God, which it says on our dollar bill that we do, it says in the Declaration, it's one of the very foundations of this country, as it's in the Constitution itself, including in the state of Illinois, and then also in the Declaration of Independence. If we believe in God, God be God, He has to be good. He has to be. And that means that He must give His blessings and His God to those who do good and who try to do not abandon those who do that. So even if this ordinance, I'm not a lawyer, obviously, even if this ordinance brings with it a financial cost, even if the ordinance is for some reason, we believe it, like it says in the Constitution of Illinois. If we put our trust in God, got to believe that He will shower His blessing upon us. And so even if, as I say, the financial cost comes, even if the ordinance is overturned, God will bless you as individuals for standing up for His rights. And He will also bless the city of Danville for standing up for His rights, even if the state of Illinois does something else. So, frankly, it doesn't. I mean, if we want what's good for Danville, we vote yes. We want the blessings of God on Danville. And you, as as the aldermen, held to the Constitution of the state of Illinois, and this is the very thing that's in that Constitution. So I believe that's what we're voting for today, and I please ask you to vote yes on the ordinance for the city.
Peter Bowe and Douglas Dean.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last name again for the first one, City Clerk?
It's spelled Bourbeau.
And the first name is Peter?
Yes.
Is there a Peter Boro here? I apologize, I probably butchered your name. Doesn't appear to be. If not, we'll come to the next. What's the next one?
Douglas Dean.
Mr. Dean?
I just wanted to thank you for listening to everyone. I urge everyone to please vote yes for this ordinance. I think the important aspect of this is that a lot of people do, as myself, we do a lot of support for the local community. And it's because it holds a lot of traditional values to us. And we like to support those traditional values by shopping and doing as much as we can locally. I really feel that the introduction to an abortion clinic to the city of Danville is going to have a very negative effect on that type of small town mentality and traditional values that I think we all uphold. Thank you.
Lena Dean and Anna Dean.
Again, I'd like to thank everyone for listening to my voice. And I just would like to say that I do very much agree with Dr. Suley, who spoke earlier on that life begins at conception. And I don't have like fancy speech or anything like that. I'd like to say that I'm a writer. I tell stories, and I'd like to share a personal story from my family because I think it's very relevant to what we're talking about today. And so I work in Danville. I love the community here. I love the values here. I've shopped here, love to hang out. And again, I work there. And anyone who knows me, because I'm Elena Dean, you know my sister Celine. We work at the same place. And when my mom was pregnant with her, she got sick in the womb. And the very first recommendation to the doctors was that they should abort her because she was sick and she could maybe die or she could have side effects. That was the very first recommendation. And they said no because they were pro-life. And if you know Celine, you know that she is the most joyful person. She just brings a ray of sunshine to the entire business. And she's the sunshine in my life and one of my best friends. And I could not imagine a world without her. And I would really urge everyone to please support the ordinance so that we don't potentially snuff out lives that could have been, like my sister Celine. Thank you.
Mayor, Alderman, I'm Anna Dean and I work here in Danville. And I work in customer service and I've gotten to know a lot of the people here and I've loved the community and the values it holds. Again, I'm not an eloquent speaker, but I just wanted to make sure I came up here to say that I support this ordinance in favor for life. This abortion does not help women. It hurts women and it kills babies. That's period. It's not in favor of them at all. And I just want to express my support as a woman. Please vote yes on this ordinance to keep Danville a safe community for both women and babies. Thank you.
Mary Catherine Roberson of Danville and Tom Mills of Danville.
Good evening, council. I've been really disappointed in some of the conversations that we've had. I've been really disappointed in some of your lack of leadership in this last week. I'm so thankful for our community members who've stood up to involve the ACLU, the Attorney General and Planned Parenthood to protect us, where you apparently will not. With a simple reminder, you work for us, pastor from Texas, not any of the followers that he brought with him tonight. I'm not an attorney, I'm not a medical professional, but I am a community organizer, scientist. Some of you won by 50 votes, some of you won by 1. Your seats are not safe. That I've seen mobilized around this issue will not die. It is political mobilization I've been for. We will support this ordinance. We hope you have a plan for your comfort.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. I don't have a lot of statistics for you. Let me start out that I'm in favor of this ordinance and hope that you will vote for it. What I do have is 41 years of experience working with people in crisis. For the last 20 years, I've been a healthcare chaplain. I'm a board certified chaplain. I've worked at both hospitals in this community. My experience has been in helping women and couples that have had abortions whose lives were irrevocably changed, not for the good. I've seen far too many women, far too many couples that end up with tremendous guilt and shame. And I differentiate between those. Guilt says there's something I did, something wrong. Shame says there's something wrong with me. And too many of the women, too many of the couples that I have talked to end up in that state where they're just feeling that incredible shame and find it very difficult to find a path forward out of that. Over those years, I've probably seen 2 to 3 either women or couples per year. In 41 years, do the math, that's about 100 women and couples that I've talked to that struggle with the guilt and the shame of having an abortion. I'm aware some of them were probably pressured, and I'm aware that some of these fine people made that choice on their own. But I know that the repercussions are there, that they struggle, again, with incredible guilt and shame. Please, please vote positively for this ordinance. We don't need any more women and couples dealing with that guilt and shame. Thank you.
Josh Alexander and Tremaine Light, both from Danville.
I know I saw Miss Light here earlier. Is she still here? Mr. Alexander? Okay, we'll move to the next folks.
Catherine Cahill of Danville and Andrea Fuller of Danville.
Hello, thank you for serving our community. I have been a foster parent, and I am the grandmother of 2 adopted children.
Miss Cahill, I apologize. Can you pause that for just a moment? Her time. I can't. Can you lower the mic, please? Thank you. We'll make sure we give you 15 extra seconds.
Thank
Since
you.
I interrupted you. Sorry.
Hello, thank you for serving our community. I have been a foster parent, and I am the grandmother of 2 adopted children, both cocaine babies. They're thriving today. Many people oppose abortion because of their religious convictions. However, atheists oppose abortion too. Dr. Bernard Nathanson was a co-founder of the National Abortion Rights Action League. He, with Betty Friedan and others, worked for the legalization of homicide. Nathanson presided over 60,000 abortions as a director of the Center for Reproductive Health in New York City. He instructed practitioners in the performance of another 15,000 and personally performed 5,000 abortions, including that on his own child. In 1979, after witnessing an abortion in real time with the use of an early sonogram machine, Nathanson became profoundly pro-life. Do not think his change of mind came from any religious convictions. I am quoting from his book, Aborting America, Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1979. Nathanson stated, I am an atheist. In any case, the change of my mind began with the realization, the inescapable reality that the fetus, that embryo, is a person, protectable human life. Nathanson became a Christian years later in 1996. Another atheist group that is pro-life is called Secular for Life. 3 women, Kelsey Hazard, Monica Snyder, and Teresa Bonovic, manage their website, which claims thousands of members. They too state that the human life cycle must be protected. Another point I would like to make is that abortion activists implemented what has become known as the Catholic straddle. This idea persuaded Catholics, politicians, and voters that they can remain personally opposed to abortion, but vote differently. Would this kind of thinking apply to different issues? Could one remain personally opposed to slavery, but vote differently? It's nonsensical. Mother Teresa stated that the greatest destroyer of peace today is abortion. If we can accept that a mother can kill her own child, how can we tell other people not to kill each other?
Thank you, Mrs. Cahill.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Please come forward, Ms. Light.
Appreciate that. I'm Jermaine Light, and I am speaking against this ordinance. This ordinance is not here because of an outcry from residents and neighbors across Danville. It is pushed by an out-of-state anti-abortion activist from Texas. This is not a Danville agenda. There was no groundswell demanding this ordinance in Danville. Yes, we are divided as a community about the abortion issue. The proposal is the brainchild of someone from another town, from another state. We should not follow that lead in our community. Abortion is an issue where many of us hold different views. This issue is being debated at the federal level, state level. We can't debate this in Danville. The second reason, we have better things to do in Danville. Like every community, Danville has issues and priorities. Decisions in our community, none of us can invest, not one that we resolve at the city level. Our community has needs. We want to do more for our children, to create more economic opportunity, and even to create more parking and green space, to make Danville a place where everyone wants to live. None of these needs are addressed by trying to make medical decisions for other people. The city council must keep focused on building this community, not dividing it further around this thing. Third reason, our tax dollars are at risk here. As council members have heard, adoption of this ordinance will result in costly litigation. And as much as $4 or $5 million has been advised that we might have to pay to defend this ordinance. Have $100 million that we could so likely risk. It has been said that the money would come from insurance coverage, but our premiums don't increase if we lose a legal challenge. Is it worth it? Governing is about serving the interests of the community. It is not a casino. Let's not risk our tax dollars on some outsider's views of Illinois law. And the fourth reason, Danville city officials are not above the law. Illinois law clearly and directly says that this ordinance is unlawful and unenforceable. What signal does it send for this council to suggest that they are not bound by the law? What signal are you sending to young people in this community if the council can ignore a clear law, why should they obey the laws? Danville is not a separate entity in Illinois. This has been decided by our elected leaders. If you disagree, go to Springfield and lobby them. Don't come here and claim powers you do not possess.
Before we continue, I heard a couple of outbursts. We've all listened to everyone respectively. If that needs to continue, please be silent. Yes, ma'am. I don't care what side of the order you're on, but you will be listened to and you will be heard.
Council members, you've heard many arguments that would seem to make voting for this ordinance a crazy idea. The cost of this battle, the horde of the opposition, the insanity of pulling a stunt like this in a radical pro-abortion state. But I appeal to you, council, that you must not measure your responsibility by the strength or volume of your opponents. You have perhaps no earthly reason to support this ordinance, but you have every eternal reason to do so. Bringing abortion to Danville will only multiply our problems, not solve them. A study of 877,000 women compared those who've had an abortion to women who have not and found an 81% increased risk for mental health crisis in post-abortive women, with 155% more likely to commit suicide. We want Danville to be a city that is known for bringing prosperity and peace to the lives of its citizens, neighbors, and travelers, not death. You must not fear the what ifs and potential economic cost when the very lives of women and children that you are elected to protect are on this line. The King of the universe does not need your checkbooks, though your neighbors and churches will gladly offer them. But it will be your names which will stand for future generations to recount either your bravery or your cowardice in this vote. You will answer for your decision today, and we stand with you to vote for life. Did we in our own strength confide, our striving would be losing. We're not the right man on our side, the man of God's own choosing. Just ask who that may be. Christ Jesus, it is he. The Lord of hosts, his name. From age to age the same, and he must win the battle. And though this world with devils filled should threaten to undo us, we will not fear, for God hath willed his truth to triumph through us. The prince of darkness grim, we tremble not for him. His rage we can endure. For lo, his doom is sure. One little word shall fell him. Thank you. Charles Kreiter and Daniel Bergman.
Hello, council and aldermen. To the objection that the passing of this ordinance will burden Danville financially, I would respond. How much does a human life cost? This ordinance is not about money, but about saving human life. Although passing this ordinance may seem futile and an unnecessary attempt to delay the inevitable, it is in defense of human life, a thing which is priceless and worth whatever it takes to preserve. Also, passing this ordinance speaks of the hope we have to achieve a higher good. Standing firm despite the threats shows that we are not afraid to stand up for the lives of innocent children and give an example to others to join that cause so that a higher good may come of it. Those who would vote yes but are worried about financial repercussions know that the vote is about life, a thing which, unlike money, cannot be regained once lost. Know also that you are not alone and you have support from your community. Thank you for your time and please vote yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, I wish only to respond to the arguments contrary to this ordinance, primarily that of the fear of legal retaliation. I will answer with a question. Was it fear of retaliation that prompted the creation of this nation? Was it fear of retaliation that caused our founding fathers to begin the struggle for freedom from tyranny? Was it fear that motivated the women of this same country to fight for their right to vote? Or does fear establish the basis of justice and truth? Secondly, to the notion that men should have no say in the rights of women, I will again respond with a question. Was it a man by the name of Abraham Lincoln who practiced law in this very state, who helped to end the slavery in this nation? Was it men who passed the legislation to create the country in the first place? And now we men wish to aid in the ending of this heinous crime. I thank all of you for your time and consideration and implore you to vote in favor of this ordinance. Thank you.
Is there Kathleen Kind present? Ms. Kind. Mary Taylor? Please come forward, Ms. Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor Williams and council members. My name is Mary Taylor. I'm from Paris. I serve on the board of Right to Life of Edgar County. We thank the members of the Public Services Committee for their recommendation to add Chapter 142 to your Code of Ordinances. We agree with your decision, and we urge the full council and the mayor to vote yes on this addition. Right to Life of Edgar County seeks to promote the health and well-being of mothers, fathers, and children, born children, and those children yet to be born in our county. We urge you, our neighbors, to take courage and decide for the health and well-being of families in Vermilion County. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice." You will be doing justice when you vote to protect the lives of your youngest residents, those residents who aren't old enough yet to be born. King also said, "The time is always right to do what is right." This is your time to do the right thing and vote for life. Certainly there's opposition, but there's always opposition when people strive towards a purpose. There's opposition, but you will be remembered for taking the moral high ground and enacting legislation that helps Danville families to thrive and flourish. Thank you for your service to your city. Right to Life of Edgar County appreciates your serious consideration of this issue, and we are praying that the Lord will grant you wisdom and courage to vote yes. Thank you.
I'm sorry, your name, ma'am?
Kathleen Kent.
Ms. Kent.
My name is Kathleen Kent, I live in Illinois, obviously. And I was thinking about Illinois. I lived in Illinois for quite a while, and was thinking about Illinois, how I learned 200 years ago, Illinois was a sanctuary for people that were downtrodden, who had no voice, who had no rights. It was a sanctuary for escaped slaves and others who just, even freed slaves that could live in Illinois in freedom. Why can't Illinois be a sanctuary again, and especially for others who have no voice, who have no rights, who are downtrodden and literally have no voice, the unborn? Why can't Illinois be a sanctuary for these people with no rights? And especially Danville of all places, Danville, Illinois. How proud Danville should be to be part of that Lincoln Trail. I just wanted to appeal to you that consider that legacy of Illinois and and support that again and make Illinois that great state it always was. Thank you.
Michael McCall and Kevin Quigley, Quigley.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I stand and speak for those who cannot speak, the unborn children. And I ask that you always remember them no matter what is brought up against you, no matter what difficulties, financial difficulties, or anything. Please never forget those children. I would like to end with a quote from Henry Hyde. He says, quote, "When the time comes, as it surely will, when we face that awesome moment, the final judgment, I have often thought, as Bashir wrote, it is a terrible moment. You have no advocate. You are there alone, standing before God. Terror will rip your soul like nothing you can imagine. But I really think that those in the pro-life movement will not be alone. I think there will be a chorus of voices that have never been heard in this world, who are heard beautifully and clearly in the next world. They will plead for everyone who has been in this movement. They will say to God, spare him because he loved us. And God will look and say not, you just we've heard several very emotional and eloquent stories both for and against. But I'd like to remind everyone that while emotions are certainly very important, they can sometimes cloud the reality that we're faced with, which in this case is that abortion ends human life. And so I ask this council, who is tasked with protecting our community, and those members of the community who cannot.
Heidi Hayes and Karen Schilt.
Good evening. I'd just like to say I am a woman and I'm pro-life. I'm a mother of 9, also an adopted 2. My husband and I adopted 2 children, and we're foster parents. And we believe that life begins at conception, and that we should do everything we can to protect it. Thank you.
My name is Karen Schill. Shared my background with you on election day early in April. I spoke then about women's access to reproductive health care, but I didn't realize this was going to turn into this kind of a discussion, but it clearly has. The reason women become less articulate and emotional when they hear men speak on this issue is that men will never, ever bear the physical risks of pregnancy. They will never have their education or their employment interrupted by a pregnancy. They will never be tied to an abusive partner, and a pregnancy will never impact their ability to care for their other children. They will never have their health care delayed or refused by physicians who are worried about their license and/or imprisonment. There are many Christian denominations, which reflects a diverse community, which this city is, as well as our country. There are also different interpretations of the Bible. Everyone believes their interpretation is the right one. While we don't dictate to each other baptism or communion or your other religious beliefs, those beliefs must not be impacted on other people who don't share those beliefs. We all have a right to differing opinions and interpretations. This ordinance impacts all women, but women with lots of resources usually get the health care that they need. Those that are hit the hardest are women who have the fewest resources: single women, working women, low-income women. We're a town of 30,000, and we have no OB department, and that has already been addressed. How will we ever attract women's health care providers if we can't fully take care of women? To allow an ordinance that impacts many more aspects of women's reproductive health care than abortion is just irresponsible. To permit a few religious groups to dictate those of other or no religious belief is unacceptable. Freedom of religion is a fundamental concept in America, but women's rights continue to need defending. Micah chapter 6, verse 8, the Lord requires you to do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your Lord. There is no justice in restricting women's access to reproductive health care. There is nothing kind in making a woman feel like a murderer if she has had an abortion. There is nothing humble about imposing your particular interpretation of biblical texts on everyone. Jesus trusted women, and I wish you would too. Thank you.
Bradley McCarty and David Ramsey, both of Danville.
Mayor Williams and Alderman, thank you. I want to remind you just a few things that are repeatedly said in arguments that I hear in the back from opponents of this ordinance that just simply are opinion and not true. Just because someone says it's my body, my choice, that's simply not true. We have a basic disagreement there. We know that every law that's passed, every ordinance that passes in some regard inhibiting our rights. We live in a society where we decide what rights we're willing to give up for the sake and for the betterment of our society, and we're asking you to vote on such a thing. It's simply a disagreement. And those things have to be decided. And the way that we decide those is by passing ordinances, laws. I want to refer again to something that someone brought up earlier. I can't remember her name, sorry. And that is how the abortion industry aids in sex trafficking industry. A senior advisor on trafficking in person for the U.S. Department of State, Laura Lederer, conducted a study of 107 trafficking victims. 55% had at least one abortion. 30% reported having multiple abortions. One female responded reported having 17 abortions. More than half of the respondents said abortion was not their choice, and they were ordered to do so by their traffickers. One quote from a sex trafficking victim said, "I got pregnant 6 times and had 6 abortions during this time. Several of them were from a doctor who was a client. He did them back door. I came in the back door, and after hours, he paid off the books. This kept my name out of any records. At least one of my abortions was from Planned Parenthood because they didn't ask any questions." We know that abortion clinics in Illinois especially are not under the same regulation as many other healthcare clinics and hospitals. They aren't required to report many of the things that that healthcare clinics and hospitals are required to report. They're asking for extreme permission to do things with very little oversight. They're saying the Healthcare Act in Illinois protects us to do whatever we want, essentially, and we're saying no, this isn't the case. I also want to remind you that the legality and the whether or not this can be supported legally is still in debate, as your own counsel admitted in the last meeting. It's not illegal until it's proven to be legal or illegal, and unfortunately, that's the way it works. So you have to decide: are you willing? You've heard many testify that I think the majority of people in our community are willing to take the risk because we believe in this ordinance, we believe in life, and we would encourage you to choose life and say yes to this ordinance. I also want to, I know that there'll be some who'll be speaking. Another argument that I keep bringing back in is, are they from Danville? Are they from Danville? I would agree. I say everyone from not from Danville leave, including the ACLU, including the ladies clinic from Indianapolis that wants to come to Danville, that wasn't asked to come to Danville by people in Danville. Let's keep all the people from Danville out of Danville. Let's let those of us in Danville decide.
Thank you,
we
sir.
don't want this.
Oh, wow. I'm a nobody. I live over on Stroop Street. I've been in Danville for 30 years.
No one is nobody, especially not here.
And we've gone through a lot. We've gone through the closings of all the factories, lost all sorts of jobs. What, in your mind, are you willing to stand for is what's issue here? Are you willing to stand for what's right or what's wrong? In your own mind, you have that scenario in your mind. I say let's vote for this ordinance because it's a moral issue. It's not political. Thank you.
Mark
Markley Dixon of Longview, Texas, and Tom Usley of Valparaiso, Indiana.
My name is Markley Dixon. I'm director with Right to Life of East Texas and founder of what's called the Sanctuary Cities for the Unborn Initiative. I've had a lot of experience with the ACLU. I've been involved in the passage of ordinances in 66 cities and 2 counties, and the ACLU has sued us in several of those places. So far, every time the ACLU has sued, they've either lost or withdrawn their lawsuit. And so we're pretty excited about that. I was the only private citizen that was sued in the lawsuit with the Texas Heartbeat Act that went before the Supreme Court of the United States, and all 9 justices agreed the case against us should be dismissed. These ordinances, we really believe, do make a difference. We've seen these ordinances make a difference. You can ask the people of Lubbock, Texas. You can ask the people of Hobbs, New Mexico. And this idea that the Supreme Court said we're sending this back to the states is a misreading of the Dobbs decision. The Supreme Court said they're returning it to the people and their elected representatives. And that's at every level of government, local, state, and federal. Just ask the Democrats in the House who tried to pass the Women's Health Protection Act after the Dobbs decision. And regarding Comstock, guys, this is federal law. 18 U.S.C. 1461 and 1462 is the law of the land. You guys have taken an oath to uphold that federal law, which trumps state laws and state constitutions. Now, we're not saying that these federal statutes are specifically in conflict necessarily with the Reproductive Health Act. All we're saying in this ordinance is that the Reproductive Health Act must work within the confines of these federal statutes, whatever those mean. The passage of this ordinance, the meaning of the federal statutes is really going to be left to the courts. But today, you'll have an opportunity to pass an ordinance which many in your community believe is a fighting chance to keep the murder of innocent children out of your community. Guys, I thank y'all so much for this opportunity. There's a letter from Dr. Alveda King that's going to be read during this meeting later on, and I encourage you to listen to every single word of that letter. Thank you so much.
My name is Tom Usley. I'm the Upper Midwest Regional Coordinator for Students for Life of America. I'm here as representative of Life Action. My job means that I have the privilege of working with 71 student-led pro-life groups in the state of Illinois, including La Salette Academy, which is here tonight. I'd first like to reaffirm what the gentleman said earlier about abortion being the aid of the sex trafficking industry. That is 100% true. It has been verified by the U.S. Department of State that 29.6% of women who were rescued from sex trafficking rings were abortion clients, that they had had abortions, and that the abortion industries had failed to report those. The abortion industries are the second most commonly visited place for sex trafficking victims behind the ER and hospital. Because if they have injuries in general, they can't go to the abortion facility, but if they are pregnant, then they can go there and they can count on the abortion facilities keeping it on the QT. I'd also like to address the Reproductive Health Act, which has been brought up many times tonight. I'd like to address a couple of points that haven't been brought up. First of all, that this act passed in the state of Illinois made it so that abortion clinics are not mandated to notify the county coroner when a woman dies in their facility. That her circumstances of death do not need to be investigated to see if the abortion industry was complicit. Secondly, abortion facilities will not be licensed or inspected by the state of Illinois unless that facility volunteers to be licensed. Furthermore, information about abortion, such as complications and death caused by abortion, is hidden from public knowledge. I ask you, council members, how could a woman truly consent to have an abortion when the information of the risk she faces is willfully hidden from her? This is not pro-choice, this is pro-abortion. This ordinance is not a partisan issue. It is not pro-life or pro-choice. So I ask you, council members, to consider the objectivity of the facts before you, And for the sake of the welfare of this fine city, vote yes for the ordinance to create a sanctuary city for the preborn and to protect the women of Danville. Thank you.
Knapp, Ryan Harris, Danville.
Good evening. I thought I'd come up and give you a smile. It's a hard day, isn't it? A little bit. There's a lot of passion in the room. I'm sure when you all signed the documents that said I want to run for this office, probably didn't assume that you would be confronted with this particular issue. I don't think anybody was. Probably weren't looking forward to spending time talking about trash toters for weeks either. We're not here to resolve the abortion issue. That's not going to happen. That's not what we're asking to do. And I just want to thank you, first of all, for saying yes and being a part of this council and for our city. I love Danville. I've lived here all my life, all 69 years. I'm a small business owner for 30 years, and I'm a pastor. And I love Danville. I love the people that are here. I don't agree with everybody. They don't agree with me. It's okay. I'm unashamedly pro-life. I'm unashamedly a Christian. But I want you to understand tonight that there's other things that I want you to consider no matter what happens this evening and in the future. I just want to share this particular aspect, and I mentioned it, some of this to the committee last Tuesday. From a business sense, we have been thrust into this, not because that someone within the city or the planning commission said, you know, let's sit down and think, what are the best things we can bring into Danville? I'm going to venture a guess that an abortion clinic would not be on the list. I don't think that that's something that we've ever thought we would want to have. This was thrust upon us, not because we were looking for it. Nobody asked for it. No one did. But at the same, and we never had one. So we're not losing anything. The process is that because of what's happening in Indiana, the possible loss of business for this particular company, they're anticipating that they're going to come to Illinois, and guess who's closest from Indianapolis is us. So we have this big target, not just for this one, perhaps even more in the future. They're relying upon a large percentage of people coming from Indiana because of the things happening there in their state that they anticipate that. Now, let's do it from a business standpoint. Let's just think about this. What does this do for us? What does it do? It brings people here, doesn't it? But what do you think they're going to do when they come here for an abortion? Are they going to go shopping afterwards? Are they going to go out to eat? No. Anytime my wife had a procedure of any kind, we didn't go out to eat.
I apologize, but your time is concluded.
Thank you very much for listening.
My name is Ryan Harris, and I am a transplant into Danville. I've lived here for 10 years, and I love this city very dearly. It has become home to me and my family. The reason why this issue is so serious to me is because my wife and I took the call a few years ago to become foster parents. I would take my moment right now, because I don't know that I'll convince any council member of anything, but I would take my moment while there's so many pro-life people in the room to say, to truly be pro-life, you must either support or become a foster parent.
Amen.
And in our journey as foster parents, we've had the honor of taking home 3 infants from the hospital. Those beautiful babies that we got to take into our home, love on and nurture. All 3 of them are no longer in our home. One is thriving with their father, biological father. One is thriving with a biological grandmother. And one is thriving with an adoptive family that loves them very much. But here's what I know for certain. None of those 3 children would be alive today if this clinic had already been in Danville. And I cannot imagine what my life would have been like if I had never had the honor of knowing and loving those children And who knows who those kids are going to be. And so I rise firmly in support of this ordinance. Thank you.
Mary Carmen Rajcek, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, of Carmel, Indiana, from the Indianapolis Clinic for Women moving to Danville.
Good evening, members of the Danville City Council. Thank you for letting me address you today. My name is Mary Carmen Zakryzik, and I'm the Great Lakes Regional Coordinator with Students for Life of America. We are the largest and most active youth pro-life organization across 1,300 campuses, law school, medical, college, high school, and middle schools all over the country. Today, I'm representing Students for Life Action, and we stand together to express our support for the Sanctuary City for the Unborn Ordinance, and I urge each of you to vote yes. Vote yes in the interest of public health and safety in Danville and for the protection of children, women, and families. We are specifically talking about those drugs being used for the purpose of killing and then producing a dead child. We know very well what these drugs are being used for when they are mailed to these abortion facilities. They are intended to kill a living human being. This ordinance would not ban miscarriage removal. It would not ban ectopic pregnancy treatment or postpartum hemorrhaging treatment. And as a side note, the FDA doesn't even approve misoprostol for the use of PPH, and there are many other medications used to treat that. Now, I'm here to talk about the Clinic for Women that is opening up shop in your city. The Indianapolis Clinic for Women is coming here very soon. They've already purchased property to set up shop, and that's why we're here today. Because abortion facilities like them, they're planning to turn your city into a trafficking hub for abortion access across state lines. Once my state, Indiana's law, goes into effect, I'm a witness to how this abortion facility has harmed my community, and I don't want to see the same happen to yours. I've lived in Indianapolis my whole life, and Clinic for Women is an 8-minute drive from my college campus. It's the third largest abortion provider in my state. Now, the name Clinic for Women is deceptive. It's not a healthcare facility at all. It's not designed to treat women or establish physician or patient relationships. You see, this is an abortion vendor and an abortion vendor only. We're not talking about anything else but the elective termination of children for the sake of convenience. In my hands, I'm holding a binder of terminated pregnancy reports. In the state of Indiana, every abortionist is required to submit documentation on every boy and every little girl that is aborted. This binder contains terminated pregnancy reports of all the children killed by Clinic for Women in my city in a span of just 75 days. Look at the gravity of what we're dealing with. Imagine a binder 6 times the size of this. That's what we're looking at for the amount of children who will be erased in Danville during the course of 1 year with this facility operating. Abortion facilities like this one regularly endanger the lives of women in their community, and they cut corners. Finally, I want to inform you of the fact that once an abortion facility is admitted into your town, the rate of emergency room related visits is going to skyrocket. Your emergency room, excuse me,
ma'am, your time
is going to suffer. Thank you very much.
Benjamin Ives of Westville, Indiana, and Bonnie Downing of Danville.
Thank you, everybody, for having me here today. I want to firstly affirm everything that Mary Carmen Zakryzik just said, but I also come here representing Students for Life Action and Students for Life of America, as well as more than 1,300 student groups nationwide and 71 specifically in Illinois. Although I don't currently reside in Danville, I have been working to expose Clinic for Women in Indianapolis for many, many years. And I'm here today encouraging you to support this ordinance. Clinic for Women doesn't provide free pregnancy tests. They don't provide STD testing. They don't provide any sort of material support for women. The only thing that they provide is abortion. They don't provide any other OBGYN service. They only provide abortion. According to the Indiana Department of Health, Clinic for Women's been cited for having dust on their equipment. They have been cited for not properly sanitizing their vaginal ultrasound probe in between patient use. They Their staff doesn't even have immunization records on file. This is a public health hazard to everybody, not just in Indiana, but in Danville too, because they are coming here. As off-putting as this information may be, it's nothing new. The abortion industry has always been a hazard to women, children, and whole communities. It isn't just Clinic for Women, but has a record of hazards. From recently reviewed terminated pregnancy reports in Indiana, 3 women have died from abortion procedures. 4 women had abortions that went unreported. These women were minors. And 2 babies were born alive and left to suffer after botched abortions. Illinois doesn't even require inspections or publicly available terminated pregnancy reports. Given the track record, that means that any abortion facility in the state will be allowed to get away with even more than they are already allowed to do. Any abortion facility will be even more harmful to women and children. When a woman walks into an abortion facility, she walks in with 2 beating hearts, one of her own and one from her child. But when she leaves, she only has 1 heartbeat left because her child has either been violently suctioned, poisoned, or dismembered to death. Instead of supporting violence and oppression against women, children, and families, I urge you to support nonviolent alternatives to abortion and to vote to pass this ordinance, which will protect women, children, and communities in Danville and in the whole country. Thank you.
I wanted to tell you, I'm one of the pastors here in town, and the Bible is certainly not silent on the subject of life. And we as a church cannot remain silent any longer. The Bible has been the most popular book in the entire world for years. And the Bible is very explicit about the sanctity of life at all stages. The Bible says, and I want to read this to you, aldermen and women. The Bible says, I call heaven and earth as witnesses today against you that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore, choose life that both you and your descendants may live. See, this is not just about us, this is about our descendants. And I'm so proud of the young people that are here today that are speaking for life. It blesses me so much. I'm so proud of the generations coming up. Bible talks repeatedly, and we've heard it tonight, about being knitted in the womb, being fearfully and wonderfully made in the womb. Human life is something worth preserving and sanctifying. And you would think the womb would be the most safest place on the planet Earth. Today, it's one of the most dangerous places. But it's not for us to decide who is wanted, because God has knit each child together. About him knitting life in the mother's womb. It's the life that he has created. They have to have medical technology that's able to find the womb, and that proves once again that the child is there, that child is fully human. It's not a clump of cells, as is one of the lies of the abortion. And I wanted to end with one quote. The former Surgeon General of the U.S., Dr. C. made this comment: protection of the life of a mother as an excuse for an abortion is a smokescreen. In my 36 years of pediatric surgery, I've never known one instance where a child could be aborted to save the mother's life. Doctors will either induce labor or perform a cesarean section. And I ask you, in God we trust, that or
Kindred of Oakwood, and Melanie Lyon from Indiana.
Hello, Mayor and Alderman. I want to thank you. I'm very grateful for this opportunity for you to hear my voice today. I'm speaking from a different aspect. I was a doula for 10 years, a birth doula in the Danville hospitals. And so I attended almost 250 births of teen pregnant girls. And it was an honor for me to do that and see every one of those babies survive. And so they were supported in all aspects of their pregnancy, delivery, and up to the age of 5 if they wanted to be in the program. There's nothing like the powerful, unforgettable, piercing sound of a newborn baby when it comes into the world. They're telling you something with their voice. Because they have been in that place of protection in the womb, and now they're outside of it. So, we in this room in real time, we have a voice, we have a sound, we have a song that can be heard. But while they're still in the womb, they don't have that sound. So I want you to just do something with me for a minute, so bear with me. I want you to step back in time. We're now in real time here at this meeting. I want you to go back to your, well, everyone in this room and your mother's room. And you didn't have a voice. But your mama has the choice. Is she going to preserve life? Is she going to and remember, that's where you're at. That's where you're at right now. And so I want you to consider the song. You all have a song. Everyone have a song in your heart. You have a voice. You have something to say. So my voice would say, please vote yes on this proposal. You don't make this a price tag because life doesn't have a price on it. It's not for sale. But you and only you have your individual soul. And so, what if we choose tonight to release the soul? Let's be the songbird. Let's make Danville a #1 hit. And it's about life. And it's about choosing life. So, now you're back in your
Hello, my name is Melanie Garcia Lyon. I'm the Executive Director for Voices for Life, and we work to ensure proper enforcement of abortion facility health and safety regulations. I'm here today because I have deep concerns about Clinic for Women, women's business model, and how their unsafe practices could hurt women and families in this community. I have here inspection reports from the Indiana Department of Health at surveys done at Clinic for Women in Indianapolis. I would like to highlight just a few of the violations the Indiana Department of Health uncovered in these inspection reports. Clinic for Women failed to ensure a safe and healthful environment was maintained that would minimize risk to patients, healthcare workers, and others. Surveyors found tears in the leather covering of the exam table near the portion of the unit where the patient's vagina would be exposed. The facility failed to maintain active and effective infection control practices in areas where the intracavitary vaginal probes were used and cleaned. The facility had expired medication ready, patient use. The facility failed to ensure staff were tested for infectious diseases for all 6 of its staff members. The clinic failed to maintain its required medical staff policy for emergency transfers of clinic for 2 occurrences. The facility failed to ensure proper wait times were observed in between the administration of sedation to patients in order to speed patients through the facility faster. These are just a few examples from several years' worth of surveys. And as it's been pointed out, the abortion industry is essentially unregulated in Illinois. There are no annual inspection requirements, so you won't be able to catch issues like these. Nor there is an abortion facility licensing requirement. This would allow abortion facilities like Clinic for Women to profit off women in crisis with little or no oversight. It's not enough that you protect your county from Clinic for Women. Literally a little, I can tell you from my enforcement work in Indiana, the industry itself consistently violates health and safety regulations. 2022 in Indiana, we've seen documentation from facilities. 3 women die from abortion procedures. 4 abortions on minors go unreported to DCS, conversation about trafficking, 50 informed consent violations, 2 babies born alive from birth. These babies live for 3 hours. Two. I call on the city council ordinance to prevent a predatory abortion industry and endangering the health and safety of women and families in Illinois. Your community deserves better. Thank you. Sandra Rogers and Charity Harmless, both of Danville. Okay, yes, we can let Chair.
And again, I would remind you, if people have made arguments that you already made arguments that you wish to say, just please, for the sake of time, so that everyone can
Okay.
be heard.
Okay, sorry.
You Sandra Rogers?
Yes,
Okay,
I'm
thank
Sandra
you.
Rogers. Thanks for listening to me. I'm here today because my mom, when she was pregnant, her mother was trying to force her to have an abortion, and that was because she was pregnant and unwed. So I was going to be shame, and my grandfather was very much against it. So, my mom's choice. My mom had somewhat of a voice to not have to have that happen. I had a much different experience with abortion. I chose to have abortions and more than one. And, when I went to the clinic, they were very friendly. They were very encouraging. They asked me, or is this what you want to do? And I said, I don't know what my options are. And they said, well, this is a really good choice. They encouraged the idea. They didn't give me any options. Make you an appointment, you come back and you go in and you go out, and they make it sound like it's just cut and dry and it's all good. Well, they don't explain to you the rest of your life when you finally realize what you're doing, that you're going to be haunted with shame and guilt, and at the fact that it is murdering a baby. They explained if you're 2 to 3 months, it's a 1-day process. If it's anywhere between 4 to 6 months, it could be a 2-day process where they insert vaginally seaweed, kill the baby, and you go back and you have it taken out. And that is tragic when you walk away with that. But they don't tell you, you're going to feel, are you sure this is really what you want to do? They're just like, oh, it's a good decision. And I've heard that men really don't matter in the issue. I had a boyfriend who was involved with me, and we had made the decision together. And, about 5 years ago, we made the decision 30 years ago. 5 years ago, he called me, and he still carries the shame and guilt from that decision, and he's still affected by it. I have, chose to seek out counseling. I've worked with Charity Harmless, who has counseled me through that and found healing and was able to talk about it. It is trauma, and it affects you for the rest of your life if you do not find a way to heal through that. And I just came to share that the abortion clinics were used as a method of birth control. Not only did it not happen for me, but I watched friends and family do it. And so the abortion clinic wasn't in the same town I lived in, and they found ways to make it there. So having to have one locally, I don't feel like is a necessity. And I have spoke with other young women and that were considering abortion, and they, based on what I shared with them about my experience after a quick procedure that is really no big deal, there's a lot more to go with that than there really is shared with you. So that's really all I have to share. Thanks for listening.
This is hard. I have people that I love on both sides of this issue that I care about. So I understand what you were saying earlier. My name is Charity Harmless, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my mother. She was born and raised in Danville. She couldn't be here tonight. 49 years ago, my mother found out she was pregnant with her first baby girl. My parents were excited and doing things that normal parents would do, like setting up the crib and picking out names. They settled on the name Shannon. My mother was a nurse at a local Danville hospital, and she entered an unmarked room where a test was being administered to a patient. The test was extremely dangerous to unborn babies.
the room was not marked. She immediately went to her OB, a doctor here in town that many of you may know, Dr. Nixon, who informed her that her only responsible option was for her to have an abortion and to do it immediately. My parents were rightly devastated. They dropped to their knees, cried out to God, and made a commitment in that moment to choose life for their daughter, no matter what the outcome. That baby was me. That day, they changed my planned name from Shannon to Charity, which means blameless love, a love they believed that every baby should have from their community. Fortunately, I'm able to stand here and tell you the whole story. Unfortunately, not everyone gets that advantage. For the last 13 years, I have biblically counseled hurting women in Danville. I love the women in this community, front of the room and back. Many of them have come to me and shared that they were given half the story when they showed up at abortion clinics. Lies and half truths like easy procedures, quick cures, full recoveries, and new lives. Unfortunately, many find their way to me and others like me, broken, desperate, addicted, suicidal, and spiritually and emotionally dying, all because they had community leaders who not only didn't fight for their babies' lives, but failed to stand up for the mothers' lives. So, Mayor, nice to meet you. Alderman, pleasure to meet all of you. Please be brave enough today to vote in support of this ordinance, not just for innocent babies, but for the mamas that are in your town. Vote for their lives, vote to protect them. Thank you.
Paul Fuller, and Matt Harmless of Danville.
Good evening, Paul Fuller, pastor at Edgewood Church, one of two. And I grew up in this town, moved away. When I moved away, had a bad attitude about this town. And after over 25 years, I decided to move back. I believed in it again. I still do. It's so important to honor what you said, Ricky, Mayor. I'm not going to repeat. There's so many things we keep hearing, but I've already scrapped like 3 different versions because of all the repetition. 2 things, though, I have not heard tonight. The first one is I admire the defense, the desire to honor the rule of law. Without the rule of law, there's chaos, right? We have to consider the legality. However, some laws are wrong. And let me give you one set of examples that we would not want to defend today. Jim Crow laws. Right? Why would we defend those? In addition, there have been wrong decisions made all the way at the Supreme Court. Dred Scott. Wrong decision. None of us. Second point, okay, not heard. Very similar to what you said. If we went past Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman, how much money they would spending in order to end slavery? What number would you put on it? There is no number. So I encourage you tonight to vote your conscience. Either way, vote your conscience. Don't give in to fear. Don't give in to the worries about how much money it's going to cost. There are people who will give and support that cause. I promise you that. Please vote in support of that ordinance.
You guys are doing great. You're almost through. My name is Matt Harmless. I'm a pastor here in Danville. I'm also a teacher at Danville High School. I had a big speech prepared for you, but many of the arguments have already been shared. I would just like to echo all of those things, and at the end just say, I want you to know that I want to pray for you in this decision that you choose to make. I know that there's a lot of laws that have been overturned at the Supreme Court level that started in a small town with a lawsuit. And I just can't help but think, after listening to this tonight, how awesome it would be to have Danville be the home of the lawsuit that went all the way to turn something like this over. So I just want you to know you will be supported in your decision, but I would encourage you to choose to do and to vote, do what is right.
Kim Payton and Beth Cahill, both from Danville.
If you could do your best, please, to clear the middle aisle so that Miss Payton can come through. Sorry, Miss Sue.
I'm Kim Payton from Danville. Well, not originally, but I've been living here for 35 years, so that's more than half my life. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for giving us time to speak. I too had several notes on my Google Drive. I was going to pull out my phone, but I'm notorious for ignoring my notes anyway. And many of the arguments have previously been stated. I'm thankful that my friend Kathy Cahill mentioned Secular Pro-Life. They're one of my favorite organizations because they speak to the heart of the matter. And I am going to share a little bit from that as well. But I want to say I'm a 57-year-old disabled woman, and I have an intellect and a will of my own. I am pro-life on my own, not because some man told me to be. And I really would appreciate if we would stop gaslighting pro-life women. So, but I also wanted to say that I am pro-life for many reasons. Yes, my faith is part of that, but also biology. Human egg plus human sperm equals human being. Period. Now, we can argue and debate philosophically the value of that human being, but it is nonsensical to say that the unborn is not human. I believe in human rights for all humans, and that includes unborn humans, whether that human is an embryo or a fetus, whether that human being is newborn, a child, an adolescent, an adult, or a senior citizen. The terms embryo and fetus have nothing to do with the species. It's about the progression of life, the development. It is a span of life. And so I believe in protecting human beings born and unborn. I am also a former foster parent, so I am very supportive of helping children and families in need. I directed the Women's Care Clinic here for 11 and a half years. I've heard testimonies, I've heard women speak about the issues that they face. I know there are heartaches, there are hardships. I know this, but we do not solve those problems by killing innocent, unborn human beings. Do not solve those problems. We must look for more support for places like Women's Care Clinic. But you need to rise up and say,
Beth Cahill.
Hello, my name is Beth Cahill, and I've lived in Danville for most of my life. I encourage the City Council to vote yes to this ordinance. You have a responsibility to Danville. You have a responsibility to do what is best for our town. To allow this facility to open would be allowing a grave evil into Danville. Please do what is right. Thank you very much.
Come forward. Please adjust the microphone to make sure that we can hear you, and then also that you'll be on record, okay?
Ben Cahill of Danville and Ronna Davis of Danville.
My name is Ben Cahill. I live in Danville, Illinois, and I've lived here most of my life. I would like to ask the City Council to support the Sanctuary City for the Unborn Ordinance. Man has committed grave evils in history. Slavery, concentration camps, genocide, human sacrifice. We look back at these things with such arrogance. We say, how could people have allowed this to happen? Why did the people do nothing? We say, if I had been there, I would have never consented to these evils. I would have fought against this. When we imagine these horrors, we always imagine ourselves as either the hero or the victim, but never as the perpetrator. Well, I think that abortion is one of these grave evils. It's worse than slavery. It's worse than concentration camps. It is a genocide, and it is human sacrifice. You, as the City Council, have the opportunity to battle the evil of abortion. You have the ability to fight this evil virtuously. I ask you to act with courage and vote for this ordinance. If we do not push back against the culture of death and godlessness, then nothing is going to change, and our society will continue its descent into depravity. Thank you.
Council members. Some of the justifications I've heard have used the Bible saying this country needs Jesus. Respectfully, no, it doesn't. Christians need Jesus. America needs separation of church and state, the foundation on which this country exists in the first place. You're allowed to let your religion control your life. You are not allowed to let it control the entire country. Otherwise, churches would be paying taxes like the rest of us. Reproductive freedoms is a litmus test issue for most women. So be forewarned, we will vote you out for voting against our rights. And with all the fighting for this ban, are we going to ban assault rifles that shoot 5-year-olds in the face and kill more children in this country than abortion? And Mr. Dixon, do you have any children adopted, foster? Thought not. Thank you.
Pastor Randy Downing and Carol Hogg, both of Danville.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't say thank you enough. I thought that you were a city council that refused to kick the can down the trail, and you proved me right. So thank you. I've been in Danville 21 years, almost 22 actually, and I've been several times here to lead in prayer and open in prayer for you, and I've got to watch you fight. I have got to watch you fight. I got to watch you fight for the firemen, even though it meant extra money and extra pensions. I got to watch you fight for the police department, even though it meant extra money. And to be able to provide for the safety of our community and extra money to provide for our schools. I got to watch you fight. I'm proud of what I saw when you rolled up your sleeves. It's important to understand that there is another side to the law in the state of Illinois. Illinois Criminal Code 720 said this: an unborn child, if in performing acts which cause the death of an unborn child without lawful justification, an unborn child is defined as a human species. From the implantation of an embryo until birth, the penalty sentence for intentional homicide of an unborn child shall be the same as first-degree murder. That's in our Illinois State Criminal Code. Something's wrong with the dual message that we get from our state. Also, potassium chloride, PCI, that is used to kill children. was also used in the death penalty in the state of Illinois. Now it's injected in the needles in Indianapolis into the head of a baby to cause a heart attack so that baby can be aborted. The Illinois state legislature to stop this kind of evil when it came to the death penalty. The ACLU sued the state of Illinois and said it was cruel and unusual punishment. What's going on in our state? When there's that kind of confusion, we turn for our standard, our statute. And I have had businesses come to me, I have had churches come to me, and they all say the same thing. We are ready to stand behind our city council if they say yes to this ordinance. We will help with finances. We will do whatever we can to make it happen.
By everything I've been hearing tonight, like this is an issue of pro-life, pro-choice. I don't think any of our views on abortion or of this clinic are the issue. To me, the only issue is a proposal to add an ordinance that violates Illinois law. The purpose of this ordinance is unclear to me. Last week, Mayor Williams said the ordinance probably wouldn't even stop the clinic from going forward at this point. We have heard that the Illinois Attorney General has stated that it's illegal for the state of Illinois. I've heard arguments about, upholding federal law. Well, Danville already violates federal law, and we know how they do that by something that's out on Lynch Road. I'm not equating the two, but do we pick and choose which federal laws we should uphold? We uphold this one, but not this one, if it's in conflict with Illinois law. I just don't see how passing this ordinance that we know that its only guaranteed outcome is litigation. I don't think it's in Danville's best interest, and I think it violates your oath of office. Your no vote does not reflect your view on abortion or this clinic, in my opinion. I think your no vote means that you're upholding your oath that you took when you took this position. We know the ordinance will be litigated. It's not going to stop anything right now. I just do not understand. I appreciate all the very impassioned speeches by everyone, but that certainly wasn't what I expected when I came here tonight, because I thought it was about doing what we elected you to do. And I've had the comment I've heard comments about how many for the yes as opposed to the no. Well, part of that is because the citizens of Danville, I don't think many of them, many I've talked to, think they need to contact their alderman over this because they know it violates state law and because this has happened so quick. I got asked by my own daughter, what's going on? I mean, is he 40-year-old, blah, 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 This has been, what, a week? So I encourage you to vote no.
Thank you, Mrs. Hope.
Liz Force and Carol McClendon, both from Danville.
I am Carol McClendon, a child of Jesus and Danville resident. My mother was conceived out of wedlock, and if Grandma had chosen abortion, I would not be here. So, greetings to all you former clumps of cells. I thank God that our bonds also are freedom of choice is never free without it. Disclosure, no prejudice, because I have never been able to conceive I am prejudiced in favor of life. I have just a few items for your consideration. There are multitudes of women unable to conceive who would love to adopt these unwanted children. This is a very well-run alternative. Women seeking abortions are often under pressure, but many will later experience lifelong mental health issues. The Black community is hard as hit. In New York, year after year, more Black babies are aborted than born alive. 4. Aborted babies are not given indecent burial. There is no closure for the men. Plus, there is commerce in aborted baby body parts. 5. Foster care is not always safe, easy, or effective. Women may spend hours having excruciating cramps after ingesting the pill. Also, as many as 10% of women will need to visit the emergency room for surgical completion of the act. And finally, abortion of a fully formed or viable infant is murder of a human being. Thank you.
I'm Vince Kohrs. I want to thank the council for taking this issue forward. Danville's been offered a gift from the Texas organization, Mark, willing to support Danville and making Danville one of their score cities, standing up to the scourge of abortions in America. And we hope Danville will not flounder in the face of the threat of financial disasters over the moral issues of saving lives versus saving dollars. Danville has a significant, nearly $10 million rainy day fund, I believe I heard recently, and is gratuitously funding a significant $15 million pool and park complex for the youth in Danville. High time to support the youngest in the community, the unborn still in their mother's wombs, with the gift of a safe birth and a productive life. I'm personally offended by banners that I see blaring the untruth that abortion saves lives and lives begin at birth. Even among biologists that are primarily pro-choice, pro-life, they admit 70% of them that life begins at conception. That has ceased to be a debatable item. The business about life beginning at breath is incorrect. In their famous quotation, both James Schlesinger and Daniel Patrick Moynihan, both good Democrats, I believe, are quoted that you are entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. You've heard fact after fact about the Indiana abortion clinic that wants to come to Danville. I won't further belabor that. They are a criminal organization. They are subject to criminal indictment at this point. On a bad day at this clinic, both mother and child die. It's established that on typically an abortion clinic, only half of those people that go there escape alive. Every woman taking just the pill die from interactions with their abortionist. It's a fact that the clinic intending to come here has been closed by the state of Illinois, state of Indiana, and existed in a cloud of incompleted state reports, unreported deaths, etc. The industry as a whole in Indiana is poorly run and questionable enterprise.
Mr. Kohrs, I apologize.
Thank you.
Garth Reynolds of Springfield, Carrie Wiggins.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name's Garth Reynolds of Springfield, Illinois. I'm the Executive Director for the Illinois Pharmacists Association and a practicing pharmacist. Last week, we had the opportunity to provide information to your corporate counsel, and I appreciate the corporate counsel for listening to the association. It's our opinion that the proposed ordinance, it would be in violation of the Pharmacy Practice Act, especially 225 ILCS 8538. Section 38 states, "It is declared to be the public policy of the state, pursuant to paragraphs H and I of Section 6 of Article 7 of the Constitution, Illinois Constitution. Any power or function set forth in this act is to be exercised by the state in an exclusive state power or function. Such power or function should not be exercised concurrently, either directly or indirectly, by any unit of local government, including home rule units." And it says, except as otherwise provided in the Act, and there are no other provisions in the Practice Act. Municipalities have tried to regulate pharmacy before, and it's been found to be inappropriate. 15 years ago, many municipalities, in looking at methamphetamine, tried to get ahead of the game in regulating of pseudoephedrine, and that was found to be inappropriate. Even as recent as 2017, the city of Chicago tried to regulate pharmacy in the aspects of number of prescriptions per hour that a pharmacy could provide, and that was found to be inappropriate. The state has the power and oversight that's given to it by the FDA through the United States Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act to regulate pharmacy as a sole function. And we cannot, as the Illinois Pharmacists Association, in our reading of the ordinance and the amendment, consider that to be a violation of the Practice Act. And if City Council would move forward with passing the ordinance, we will be put into a position tomorrow to file a complaint to the Department of Financial and Professional Regulation and to the State Board of Pharmacy that the City of Danville is in violation of the Practice Act. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Wiggins, and I'm the current president of the Illinois Pharmacists Association. Like Garth, I am a pharmacist, and I represent the pharmacists in the state of Illinois. And what I want to talk about today is approving the ordinance, like Garth just mentioned, would be a violation of the U.S. Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, and also, again, to reiterate, the Illinois Pharmacy Practice Act. So to paraphrase, it is declared to be the public policy of this state that any power or function set forth in this act is to be exercised by the state is an exclusive state power or function. Such power or function shall be exercised concurrently, either directly or indirectly, by any unit of local government. So as Garth mentioned earlier, we tried to regulate pseudoephedrine. Believe me, it was a nightmare being on the bench as a pharmacist trying to get through the methamphetamine crisis that we had, and we still are fighting to this day. But it was inappropriate to try to regulate those medications because they do have a purpose. And also the city of Chicago tried to also fight this section, the Section 38 of the Pharmacy Practice Act, by trying to place workforce restrictions on pharmacy, on the practice of pharmacy, by enforcing or trying to enforce prescription limits, which again was deemed inappropriate. By doing those, we'd have several, by enforcing or approving this ordinance, the problem would be that many medications would be impacted. The very popular mifepristone that we talk about as the abortion medication, those would hurt those with Cushing's syndrome because we use that for hyperglycemia and those with Cushing's syndrome. Also, the misoprostol that would also prevent those who had stomach ulcers. and that would be a problem if you took NSAIDs and you needed that medication to prevent ulcers in your stomach. The other drug that you guys might be more familiar with is to treat rheumatoid arthritis. It's called methotrexate, and it also is a drug that could be included in the citywide ban. And so if you have arthritis, or if you know somebody with rheumatoid arthritis, that could impact their regimen and therapy in Danville significantly. So I ask that you consider these options before making your decision. And we stand to hope that you will not approve this ordinance in order to help patients out there that haven't even thought about the abortion issue. There's a greater good that we need to consider also. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Michael Clary, Pastor Larry Withers of Danville. Michael Clary.
Yeah, after
you're next,
Judge
sir.
Cleary.
Good evening. Excuse me. My name is Michael Clary. I've lived in and around Danville my entire life, and I've had a little training and experience in the law. First of all, I have to say that I disagree with a few things that Mr. Dixon stated about the law. I've read this ordinance, I've read the Comstock Act, and I've done a little research. This ordinance is not enforceable. This ordinance will not prevent any clinic from coming to Danville. It will not prevent the clinic from obtaining the materials it needs to perform abortions, and it will not stop a single abortion from being performed. City police won't even be able to effectively investigate a violation of this ordinance. This ordinance is bad for the city of Danville. Look at the uproar it's already caused. Look how divided the community is because of this. This is not a good thing. We know that if this is enacted, lawsuits will be filed. Now, if you want to spend your own cash and your own time to do something about abortion, I would encourage you to do so. However, when the city is sued, that involves city time and public tax dollars. It's a whole different story. Look at the ordinance itself. It says it's requiring compliance with federal abortion laws. The city has no authority or jurisdiction to enforce federal law. It says that the state cannot enact any law that is in violation of federal criminal statutes. I disagree again with Mr. Dixon. Illinois law does not violate the Comstock Act, which is specifically refers to. This ordinance goes on to say that the Comstock Act is the supreme law of the land. And I have to disagree there. It is not the supreme law of the land. Last year, the Supreme Court of the United States stated the supreme law of the land on abortion. It said it is up to the states. There is no federal law. It is up to every state. And it is legal in the state of Illinois. Cities are chartered under state law. Cities are governed by state law under the Illinois Municipal Code. You cannot, again, I disagree with Mr. Dixon, you cannot enact ordinances that violate state law and expect to enforce them. They are illegal. This particular ordinance is illegal. And you can't go out on your own and violate state law. So this ordinance is illegal, it's not enforceable, and it is very bad. Thank you for listening.
My name is Larry Withers. I'm going to read a letter from Dr. Alveda King. It says, to the mayor, city council, and concerned citizens of Danville, Illinois. Today, many stands with you in the effort to preserve the safety, health, peace, good order, comfort, convenience, moral, and welfare of all inhabitants within the Danville, city of Danville, and to ensure the federal provision on the shipment of abortion pills and abortion-related paraphernalia are obeyed. The negligence of the abortion industry has been tolerated for far too long at the expense of innocent and vulnerable people. And if any changes is going to be made, it must start with upholding the same standard, transparency, and accountability expected of all medical practitioners. Danville, if your city passed this ordinance, you will not be the first to recognize these federal statutes, nor is it like that your city will be last. Several federal judges have already appended their favor statement towards these federal statutes, which many in the abortion industry consider catastrophic to abortion access in America. Citizens, the ordinance before you requires compliance with federal abortion laws, which prohibit the mailing and receiving of abortion, including drugs and abortion paraphernalia. The federal abortion laws founded in Section 18 in the Supreme Constitution is 1461-62, never has been repealed by Congress and currently exists as the supreme law of the United States. Equal justice mandate protection for humanity, one blood, one human race, from the womb to the tomb and beyond. Thank you.
Lynn McClendon of Danville and Pastor Alan Dixon Jr. of Danville.
Like several previous speakers, I've written and rewritten and torn up and rewritten again my comments, and so I'm just going to fly blind here. I appreciate the many ideas and good comments from my predecessors here. Let me start by saying I think a community and a society are judged ultimately by how they treat their most vulnerable members. Who is there more vulnerable than a fertilized egg in a woman's womb? You have heard many speakers refer to various aspects of legalities regarding this proposed new chapter. Most of them, or some of them, have been designed to scare you and to intimidate you by matters of arcane legalities, which very few of us really can understand. And I'm not a lawyer. I've heard several lawyers here, plus a couple pharmacy representatives, and a woman representing the ACLU, all threatening lawfare. Have you heard that term before? Lawfare? That's using the law as a weapon in a war. In this case, who's the target of the war? The unborn. Lawfare is a reality in our current country now. We need to be aware of it and its use. And are we going to be intimidated by it? It is a serious risk for public officials. I understand those of you who are responsible, and I guess that's all of you, I hope, feel obligated to at least consider the financial ramifications of what you decide. But I suggest, back to my first comment, this is bigger, much bigger than a few $100,000, even a couple of million at risk to defend what is right. You have a choice to make, whether to succumb to the intimidation or to follow your deepest moral compass. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I know it's a long night and appreciate your patience. One scripture I just want to share St. John 10:10 says, I come that they might have life and that more abundantly. I applaud these young people standing up for pro-life. And mine's going to be short because I was going to read a letter, but I'm going to say ditto to the letter that came out before me. But I'm going to share a little something. At 17 years old, I crossed the line in violating my parents' laws of not having sex before marriage. And I paid for it a year later. I got a young lady pregnant, and me having a pretty good reputation as an athlete, facing having a scholarship coming, and just being highly esteemed in the community. We thought it's just a disgrace. I'm going to bring it to my parents, et cetera, et cetera. And I said, I think we needed to abort. She backed out. She was courageous enough to back out at the last, and I thank God for, because we didn't raise her, but a fine young lady, young girl came up out of that union. But the thing about it is, the thought that I was going to do it left a bad conviction in my mind, even to this day, that I was going to do it. So I'm saying to you, pass the ordinance. Pass the ordinance. I'm not going to read the whole letter. I'm going to spare you, but I sincerely concur and support 18 U.S. statutes, 18 U.S.C. statutes 1461 and 62. God bless you. From Dr. Alveda King. God bless you.
April Crawley from West Rossville, and Alex Gale from Danville.
First, I just want to say thank you all for serving our community. I don't expect your minds on abortion to be changed after today, but I am asking that you vote for this ordinance. As a mother of 5, I can say that life begins before birth. I remember hearing my baby's heartbeats as early as 6 or 7 weeks. But furthermore, science tells us that life begins at conception. The requirements for life are growth, cell reproduction, responsiveness to the environment, have a metabolism, have homeostasis, grow, and pass traits to their offspring. We don't have to have all of the answers right now. We only need to do what is right to protect the unborn. I want to remind you that God asked us to trust in Him alone. One good example of this is Joshua. God asked him and his men to walk around the city of Jericho, a fortified city. I'm sure they were confused and maybe embarrassed. They obeyed, and it was through this obedience that the walls of Jericho came down. Another example is Gideon defeating the Midianites with only 300 men. Lastly, no park, trash cans, RVs, or any other thing on the agenda is more important than saving lives. Again, we don't have to have the answers right now. We just need to take one step at a time. This is by all means a battle of good and evil. It is time to obey and fight. And the first step to this is to vote yes. You can keep abortion out of our community. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Alex Gale. I am here representing Survivor Resource Center here in Danville, Illinois. For those of you who don't know, Survivor Resource Center is a sexual assault supporter for survivors of sexual assault. I'm going to remind everybody that Survivor Resource Center alone sees 400 clients. 65% of our clients are under the age of 18. I'll let that sink in for a second. 65% of our clients are under the age of 18 who have been sexually assaulted. These are people you know. This is your community. I'm also going to point out that their voices are marginalized. I am am devastated and disgusted that not a single person in this room has stood up to be a voice for one of the most marginalized people, which is sexual assault survivors. So to pretend that pregnancy doesn't happen from rape or that it's a one-off occurrence is disgusting, and it is sickening for those survivors. They didn't have a choice when they were raped. They didn't have a choice when they were sexually assaulted. So I ask that you do not strip them of their choice to not have and to not carry a child that is a product of the worst moment of their entire life. I'm also going to reiterate that at Survivor Resource Center, we do support women who do go on to have those children. This community is an absolute desert for resources. Maybe you haven't heard the news, but Survivor Resource Center is due to lose $300,000 because white crime is being prosecuted in America. So that has a direct result on this community. 75 clients are not going to have counsel services anymore. Your community. So please, please think of those women and those people who have uteruses and their rights that were so violently stripped from them. Stepping back, as Alex Gale, a citizen of this community, I also want to take note of all the people who have spoken today. What's been the majority of the people who have spoken? White men, the most privileged in this community. White men will always have a leg up, always. You will always have a leg up in this entire world. But women will never have the rights that you will, ever. And we will never stop fighting for women's rights. Thank you.
I want to thank you all for keeping your decorum this evening and respecting and listening to one another even when you disagree. Yes, Ms. Doherty, please come forward. So you're welcome to speak from there if we can get, we can get the mic.
Hand me the microphone, that's probably Thank you. I appreciate the way everyone's been able to listen to each other this evening too. But I do think that there are a couple things that haven't been brought up that I would like to bring up. Earlier, people were asking, what is the cost of a human life? And would Frederick Douglass know the cost of a human life? And I would like to point out that he would. In that point in time, he could look in a livestock book and find out the value of his life because he was not considered fully human. In my early life, women didn't have the right to make contracts. They didn't have the right to get credit in their own name unless a man gave it to them. And until the birth control became readily available and women were allowed to make choices about their reproductive freedom, women were not free to move about society with the same privilege that men are. That's something I didn't think came up, so I wanted to add it in before I went ahead and read what I had to say earlier. We've talked a lot about the right to life, and it is important for me that you remember that women also have a right to their lives. I have a sincere and complete opposition to this ordinance because I believe that out-of-state agitators come into our community with their own agenda, and you are serving their purpose because of your personal beliefs. You were elected to be civic leaders, not religious leaders. We don't have religious leaders. Our Constitution protects us. There is no state religion, and you're not allowed to impose yours on us. Being able to shut down a Planned Parenthood in Texas, where the governor just signed one of the most restrictive abortion laws in the country, with the support of both houses of the state legislature and much of the state judicial branch, is a far cry from trying to prevent lawful business from operating in a state with that same level of support for a woman's right to self-determination. Passing this ordinance threatens the fiscal health of this community, and we cannot afford that. We have worked hard bring this city back into the the light of day financially. I would like to point out that the state of Illinois has done the same, and that every fight we fight with them takes our resources. Illinois state taxpayers fight back against that. So we're paying to fight ourselves. He has to Texas. Even the extremely conservative Supreme Court of the United States has let the stay against the prohibition on mailing drugs used in abortion care stand for now. I don't think that Danville can really put themselves forth as a community that has not allowed businesses that people consider sinful prosper. We have made a big push on gambling in this community. We're banking on it, literally. We have the dispensaries in violation of federal law and support of state law because they bring us money. There's no ordinance against it. It was a reason to let the Royal Vape Shop stand in the high school parking lot.
Everyone. At this time, we will, yes. Okay, yes, go ahead.
Braden Eckert of Carmel, Indiana.
Good evening, Alderman. My name is Braden Eckert. I am from Carmel, Indiana, originally from Denver, Colorado. And I am speaking to you today on behalf of Progressive Pro-Lifers. I volunteer as an organizer with an organization called Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising, POW. It's on my shirt. We are a group of atheists, leftists, independents, libertarians, anything under the sun practically you can name, but we see the direct violence and dehumanization of abortion. I myself personally am pro-life because my mother was an addict. She was a victim of sexual misconduct. She was low income in poverty, and she was thoroughly physically abused and assaulted throughout her whole life. My mother was a victim, and the abortion industry targets women like my mother. The abortion industry tells women like my mother, your child has no worth, your child has no value, your child has no meaning. When you are saying those words, when the industry is slamming those words down women's throats, they are saying that about me. They're saying that about my brothers and sisters who come from very similar situations. I've heard many people get up here and say, the only people talking about this issue are white men in America, and that's just not true. I am a living example. It's not just white men in America who care about this issue. While yes, I'm a devout Catholic, I also see this as a scientific issue. This is a scientific issue because science states that life begins at conception. You have to understand that it's the science. This is not a religious argument. This is not a religious motive. This is science. It is not in any regard to be twisted and manipulated where people's voices are not being heard. I was sick and tired of sitting there hearing my voice silenced, hearing people saying my voice doesn't matter, my life doesn't matter, and my rights don't matter, because it's exactly what the abortion industry is doing. So please vote for children like me, vote for future children like me, children who deserve the right to life. Thank you.
However, you do have before you payrolls of April 21st and 28th, 2023. Is there a motion to approve those?
So moved. Second.
And moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or debate? Roll call vote, please.
Alderman Ludwig.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
York.
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes.
Wands. Shard.
Yes.
Iverson.
Yes.
Ford.
Yes.
O'Kane.
Yes.
Ford.
Yes.
Streebing.
Yes.
Pickering.
Yes.
Byrd.
Yes.
14 yes.
Say 14 yes. The motion carries. You have before you the approval of the vouchers payable from April 25th, as well as special runs of April 24th, April 26th, and May 1st of 2023. Is there a motion to approve those?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Alderman Teague.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
York.
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes.
Wands.
Yes.
Bouchard.
Yes.
Iverson.
Yes.
Ford.
Yes.
O'Kane.
Yes.
Ford.
Yes.
Streebing.
Yes.
Pickering?
Yes.
Byrd?
Yes.
Ludwig?
Yes.
14 yes.
14 yes, the motion carries. At this time, we will receive our Public Services Committee report. Chairman Streaming.
Yes, puts us item number 11A, city clerk's report. And 11A1 is approval of the license. You guys received all those in your packets. Is there any questions on any of these approval of the license? Any questions? Yeah, I'll need a motion to approve.
So moved.
How about a second?
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. No questions then? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Puts us to item number 11B. We have an ordinance approving the addition of Chapter 142 to the Danville, Illinois Code of Ordinances requiring compliance with federal abortion laws. I will make the motion to approve and dispense with the reading and ask for your approval. I will need a second, please.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or debate? Yes, Alderwoman Ludwig.
I would like to propose an amendment to the proposed city code ordinance section 142. The amendment would be at the very end, and it would be 142.04 effective date. And it would state as follows: this chapter shall take effect when the city of Danville obtains a declaratory judgment from a court that may enact and enforce an ordinance requiring compliance with the abortion-related provisions of 18 U.S.C. Section 1461 and 18 U.S.C. Section 1462. However, those statutes are interpreted by the court, and the declaratory judgment becomes final upon the conclusion of the direct appeals. The language here is necessary to shield the city from potential lawsuits from private providers. The language of the amendment states that the ordinance will not go into effect until the final judgment is rendered by the court as to the enforceability of City Code Ordinance Chapter 142.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion or debate on the ordinance? And also, I just wanted to inform you all, there was a typographical error on 142.02G. It said 1,500, it should be 750. So please strike your ordinance to say that it said 1,500, it should be 750. Discussion or debate on the amendment? Yes, Alderman Pickering.
I just want to say to all of you, even if you are opposed to this ordinance, it's very necessary that we pass this, because it does say that it will make it possible for anyone, or it will make it impossible, I'm sorry, for anyone to sue the city over the ordinance, because it won't take effect until the city obtains a declaratory judgment in a lawsuit against the Attorney General of Illinois. So even though you might be opposed, we need to get this in the ordinance.
What? Yes, Alderwoman Teague.
If I recall, just from recent law changes statewide, someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I guess I'll turn to Corporation Counsel. Wasn't the Safety Act, wasn't there a lawsuit for the Safety Act prior to the effective date?
Yes.
So what I'm seeing, and I understand what you're saying and what the language says, but because it says somebody can't bring a lawsuit doesn't prevent somebody from going to get an attorney and actually bring a lawsuit. It just says that it would be moved because it's not really effective yet. But that was exactly where we were with the Safety Act, and everybody in the state has sued the state about the Safety Act. So to me, this doesn't sound, it's not very sound legally.
Anybody can sue anybody anytime they want to.
So then what was just said is not actually accurate, that it would prevent someone from suing us.
Well, they could sue. Doesn't necessarily mean that it would get any relief.
Right. But it does mean that we would still be subject to the lawsuit, that we would still be using city resources to support a lawsuit, that we would still possibly be using taxpayer dollars. But even if we're not using taxpayer dollars for the attorney, we use taxpayer dollars to pay the employees who are involved. So at the end of the day, a lawsuit will still happen whether or not this is in place in the amended ordinance or not.
There would be no compensatory damages available in a lawsuit.
What does it have to do with resources?
Right. No, I'm just saying for that matter, that's it.
That's understandable, but I was in Corporation Counsel's office earlier today. I saw the pile of papers that are on his desk. He's very busy enforcing, doing all of the things that we instruct him to do. So we're adding this to his responsibilities for, because at the end of the day, we still pay him as Corporation Counsel and all the other resources in the legal department that still would have to do something with this. That is still our taxpayer dollars.
We received a letter that stated that Jonathan would be representing
That still doesn't have anything to do with Corporation Counsel as city's attorney. He's still our employee. And I understand that this man has volunteered to represent us. We still have a Corporation Counsel who still has a job to do. We have other lawsuits right now, and Corporation Counsel is actually representing us in those lawsuits. He's still involved. So he would be involved in every lawsuit that comes before us.
Right there, it's not even said that it's anybody can sue anybody anytime. So here we're saying, oh, they won't be able to sue us now. Wrong. They'll be able to sue us at any time. And if we lose this issue, then the suits can start aplenty. And the state of Illinois doesn't have to sue us. State of Illinois Attorney General can come and fine us and not be a lawsuit. It's like handing out a traffic ticket. They can come and hand tickets out to people in the city council who voted in favor of it. The ironic thing of this is if we do this, the people who are against abortions, this allows abortions to continue until we get a declaratory judgment, which could be next month. It could be 3 years down the road. Declaratory judgments, a court doesn't have to declare a judgment either, as I understand it. Both sides argue, so we have two sides spending money again. The judge wouldn't have to necessarily approve it or disapprove it, and it would move on to somebody else. So it could take a long time. It just seems like we're trying to. One more thing in here that makes it seem a little more friendly, a little nicer for us to do, and we won't get sued as much. It's just a stopgap, which isn't going to do any good at all, I don't think.
Yes, Alderman Burt.
If I were to act out the caricature that is presumed of me, I might say different things, but I share the sentiment of pro-life. I am a follower of Jesus Christ. I'm pro-life. I too believe life starts at conception. My difficulty with this is I don't like the mechanism. I don't like the precedent that this sets. There was very weird conversations during the pandemic. Things that I would consider lunacy. People, oh, you didn't vaccinate your kid. We'll take them. I mean, people, these were serious suggestions on news stations. Just coming into your home, like just even mentally in their mind, like I have the right to come and enforce my will on your family. That's deeply unsettling. I would rather the mechanism be pursuing changing the personhood of the fetus, thereby imbuing them with appropriate human rights, rather than taking what I view as more of a loophole. And I wish that my opponents would never pursue a loophole to take away my rights from my boy. I want to make the best decisions I can to protect him. And I don't think 2 or 3 years ago is the last we're going to see of that kind of craziness. And I hope people remember these kinds of conversations when that comes along. This isn't an abortion ban. This is a mechanism that attempts to make a blow on abortion, but it's a lateral move. It's not a dead-on blow. The dead-on blow is proving that this is a human being. So that's why I'll be voting no on it.
Alderwoman T.
I want to echo something that Alderman Burt said, and that this is not a dead-on blow. I would actually say that if this is a situation, but my comment before was specifically about the amendment. Now I'm commenting about the entire thing. This is a situation for which there is collateral damage. This is not just about abortion. Because what we heard from the medical professionals and what we heard from the lawyers, but I'll just specifically speak to the medical professionals. What we heard from them is that those drugs are used for a number of other things. I numerous phone calls. A lot of them medical professionals and look to see. Well, first of all, I was like, I didn't even know what an abortion drug is. What is it? I had to Google it. And then when I Googled it, I went got information. And this is just me reading the ordinance. And I get that all and everyone has a right to an opinion. It's a wonderful thing. And I also thank you all for expressing your opinion. Because those were heard. Can't speak for everybody else. Every single one of you that send me an email, every one of you that left me a voicemail, I listened to them. Every single one. And I've taken all of that into consideration. But I also did my own because we have a responsibility. This is a situation where there is a dividing line on one side or the other. But that is not our responsibility as elected officials. Our responsibility is to zoom out and take a 10,000-foot view, look at all of this situation, and see exactly who's going to be impacted by it, not just by the people on one side or the other side. So I'm going to echo what Ethan said. I am a believer in Jesus Christ. I prayed about this morning. I slept for a week, trying to enjoy my vacation, and most of my time seeing about this, seeing information about this, emails to make sure that I was up to date, trying to follow up with people who I was trying to call before I left. Back because of this here, and I accepted this mandate because God told me to come here. Here because seriously, God told me to come here. I'm much of a believer because I want to be obedient. But in my obedience, I know that I have to look at the collateral, that I have to look at everybody that might be. So I went and printed out every single one of the drugs that was mentioned, and I'm like, oh, for fibroids, I happen to have them. It's not a HIPAA violation if I tell my own business. Why? One, well, and the second one really didn't work that well. I could have another at any point. And according to this, if my doctor had actually, and I went, I don't know, according to this, it could be fibroids or endometriosis, or even induced labor. And if I were to be lazy and not go to Meijer and pick up my mail and ask for them to be delivered by mail, I would be in violation of our ordinance. For what? I was not pregnant and I've never been pregnant. What would happen to every one of those people who use these fibroids for cancer? I get what you guys are saying, and I'm professional. And I asked the question last week. Anybody who get these drugs, would they be in violation? And the answer last week was yes. Anybody except for a woman who's receiving it for the purposes of an abortion. I'm not getting an abortion because I'm not pregnant. And I'm well beyond the age that I would even want to be. So I get these drugs because I had another fibroid procedure because they keep growing back. And as with a cancer patient, as with a rheumatoid arthritis patient who may not even be female, as with a leukemia patient. I have a whole long list. And for me, it doesn't make sense for us to put the city, taxpayers, in harm's way for something that provides further collateral damage. Because again, I believe in Jesus Christ. And I'm going to tell you right now, this doesn't do just that. It does way for that reason. I will be voting no. And I will also say that anybody who watched this be saying to their people who need their treatments, pharmacists, and the doctors who are practicing in our community, they're saying that their hands will be tied. We heard their interpretation, legal department's interpretation. Your legal department is concerned that a doctor at call can't save a woman's life because she's hemorrhaging after having a baby. Who are you to decide? It's not right. I agree with Ethan. There is there another way. This isn't it. For that reason, I'll be voting no. And I would highly recommend want to do something about it, bring back something else.
Alderwoman Teague said, but my question is at this point, are we discussing the whole issue? No, we're just doing the amendment, right? Yeah, because as I said earlier, I've got pages and pages to say, but this is just the amendment. Correct. Not the whole issue. Okay.
Is there any more discussion or debate on the amendment? If you vote yes, if you vote yes, you would be voting in favor of adding the section 14204 effective date that would delay the effective date of this ordinance. If you vote no, you would be voting against the addition of that.
No, this
Roll.
is just the amendment.
Just the amendment, Chairman, yes. Roll call vote, please.
Alderman Williams,
I'd have to vote yes.
York,
Yes.
Wilson,
No.
Wands,
Yes.
Bouchard,
Yes.
Iverson,
No.
Ford,
No.
O'Kane,
Yes.
Hoare,
No.
Streebing,
No.
Pickering,
Yes.
Burt,
No.
Ludwig,
Yes.
Teague,
I just want to be clear. Yes is for the amendment and no is against the amendment.
That's correct.
No.
7 yes.
7 yes. 7 to 7 yes. In the event that this would go forward, I will be voting yes for the amendment in case this moves forward. Yes. By a vote of 8 to 7, the amendment carries. Now we are back to the amended motion, which added section 14204 of the effective date. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion as amended?
Alderman Teague has taken much of my fury already. Much of the discussion on this proposal has been about specific portions of it. But let's look at the whole matter. It starts with someone we don't know from Texas who's written an ordinance the people of Danville would have to live with. It's a convoluted measure the likes of which city council's never seen in its existence. I showed a measure to a local lawyer. He said it's incorrect and inappropriate. And tonight we've heard the city corporate counsel, the past city corporate counsel, and Judge Clary all say that it's wrong, that this is inappropriate and is illegal for the city to do. Much of the city council didn't see this proposal until 3 days before public service meeting. Then only 3 of the 7 members of the committee voted in favor due to absences of members of the committee. But let's move on to the full council. It takes the council, if you've been here watching us, it takes us a long time to come up with much lesser matters we can debate for months. But this one we have to act on within 10 days, apparently. The man we trust to provide legal advice to the council, as we said, the corporate attorney, has also advised against the measure. Those supporting the measure say there's a federal law that would supersede state law. Don't forget, federal law still outlaws distribution and use of marijuana. Yet states like Illinois have embraced marijuana, and Danville is profiting from the sales of cannabis, even though the federal government says it's illegal. We've heard about defending the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't mention abortion, and further states anything not mentioned in the Constitution left up to the states. We also hear the Supreme Court banned abortion, but it did no such thing. it said that in overturning Roe versus Wade, Supreme Court said abortion's a matter that must be decided by each state. The state of Illinois has been very clear in its legal decision allowing abortion. Whether or not the state would oppose the Danville proposals have been addressed very quickly in a letter yesterday from the Illinois Attorney General, Kwame Raoul. The aldermen have all seen the email, so I won't go into much detail, but the public needs to know what he said when he said the reproductive health care recognizes a fundamental right to abortion in Illinois and prohibits government from infringing on that right. The law specifically limits home rule municipality powers. Municipality may not regulate an individual's ability to freely exercise fundamental rights to an abortion in a manner more restricted than that set forth in the Reproductive Health Care Act. This limits the home rule power. We keep thinking as a home rule city we can do things, not things that are expressly written preempting home rule authority. In light of this direct conflict with the law, enacting the proposed resignation, excuse me, I'm getting excited like Alderman Teague. It preempts Danville's home rule authority, and we're not allowed to act in a cause of action. And if we do, cause of action can be brought against government officials or entities, including the city, who attempt to deny, restrict, or discriminate against a person's right to the fundamental rights. So what they're saying is that individual city council members, city employees who do anything to violate the Reproductive Health Care Act are subject to penalties. Now, the question to us tonight is, do we believe an attorney from Texas who says we'll be fine, or do we believe our last two corporate counsels and the judge who's already said this is against the rules? The states where the Texas lawyer has said he's won cases, those are in states where abortions are illegal, and the Comstock law allows that in states illegal. It's legal in Illinois. The Comstock law would not be any effect because it's not illegal to have abortions here. So even the city attorneys told us that isn't in effect. Department of Justice has advised that in order for a senator to violate Comstock Act, they must know the recipient of the medications or instruments intends those to be used in a legal manner. But if they, likewise, in order to find a recipient violation, they must be shown to have tended to use those matters to perform an illegal abortion. Again, various Illinois statutes say abortion is legal in the state. For Danville to pass this, which is illegal in Illinois, we must do many millions of dollars in legal expenses. And as Tricia said, the amount of time that would be taken up is amazing. The amount of time we've been taking up lately in court cases has been dramatic. This would far surpass that, I'm sure. The estimates we've seen of $1 to $4 million are probably low. The ACLU's already intended to sue the city. It's probably going to hire some high-priced legal help. I hear the top Chicago lawyers are making $1,000 an hour today. The mayor says he feels the federal courts will feel differently than the state courts. I don't agree. The National Supreme Court doesn't even have to take the case. It's already ruled abortion is a state matter. If Danville plunges ahead with this and loses, we'd be subject to paying damages on the other side, which again could be millions of dollars. And question was asked earlier about insurance. Insurance carrier has already told us they wouldn't pay any judgment or attorney fees awarded against the city in any case involving this ordinance. The city attorney says that we'd have to bear the cost of defending. Now we have the Texas lawyer who says he'll pick up the legal fees. There's a lot more to court cases than the legal fees. There's expert witness fees, there's depositions, there's all sorts of other costs besides the amount of time it's going to take from other city employees. So where are we going to get this money to pay for it? What programs are we going to have to cut to put the money into legal fees? Will the casino money be used instead of paying the police and fire pensions like we've been hoping for? Will the city have to raise taxes to pay the costs? The women's health care clinic that's proposed on North Logan fits into the existing zoning for that area. To change the zoning just for this business would be considered spot zoning. and that too would be illegal. Now, we've been hearing all along, and we heard again tonight, this is a Christian thing to do. Well, I'm a Christian. I'm an elder at First Presbyterian Church. I've been involved in practically every aspect of the church, including giving sermons. You ought to come by sometime when I'm giving a sermon. The General Assembly of Presbyterian Church USA has been a strong supporter of women's right to choose and against an abortion ban. Now, in Sojourners, a religious magazine, Liz Jenkins wrote, and I feel she hit this on the head, I once felt the need to draw clear lines and offer concrete answers to complex questions. I now believe that God, who is sacred mystery, does not expect us to have all the answers, let alone impose those answers on anyone else. Our aim as Christians should not be to have coercion or control, but deep listening and faith-filled pondering. As people of faith, what we have to offer our world is not a set of simple answers to life's difficult questions. Rather, we offer mercy, freedom, and love. Author Rachel Held Evans wrote in Faith Unraveled, to be wrong about God is the condition of humanity. We all have things we're wrong about. We do well to remind ourselves that our views are not the only conclusions reached by thoughtful people of faith. The vision we're facing would mean doctors and nurses would fear to be found breaking the law when they perform other types of gynecological procedures. The same materials could be used in abortions, so they're illegal. Enforcement of this law would be up to the city police. Local police have way too much to do right now. They don't need to have a new law that's difficult to enforce thrust upon them. And if we need to face the facts that even if this provision is passed, let's face it, wealthy women will still be able to get an abortion. We'd only be stopping poor women from getting an abortion. I've been told by supporters that this effort is similar to what happened to efforts to end slavery. And that's come up a couple of times, since slavery was a law that had to be defeated. This argument is completely wrong and backwards. The effort to end slavery was an effort to give personal choice to a group of people. The pro-abortion efforts are an effort to take personal choice away from people, the exact opposite of the slavery issue. And don't believe for a minute that we've heard this is the will of the majority of the public. My personal discussions with people throughout town and my phone calls and emails show me the majority of the community is against this proposal. When we were sworn in as aldermen, which, by the way, I will be again tonight, if we ever get to that meeting, we swore to uphold the law. The law in Illinois is clear. If you want to change that law, talk to the state lawmakers. It's not something that should be coming to the city council because we have no way to change it. The Attorney General of the state has also given us the same opinion that we can't bypass Illinois law. We need to do what we were elected to do. That is, uphold the law. We need to vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the matter? Alderwoman Pickering.
Yes. First, I've had people ask me, why are we stopping a women's health care clinic from coming to Danville, Illinois? We are not. This ordinance is only stopping the shipping and receiving of the abortion pills and the abortion related paraphernalia. I will welcome with open arms a women's health clinic that is not about abortions. My granddaughter, who cannot have children due to medical reasons, now has 3 beautiful children because of a woman who decided not to have an abortion. I cannot imagine our lives without these 3 loving, rambunctious toddlers. If I thought for 1 minute my no vote would end an infant's life, I could not live with myself. How can I put a dollar amount on life? I can't and I won't. I have been trying to keep track of emails and phone calls I have received. The ratio out of the phone calls I've received, 4 phone calls, 3 to 1 have asked me to accept this ordinance, which is my math. 75% of the people want me to vote for this. So I will be voting yes on this ordinance.
Alderman, is there anyone else who wishes to? Chairman Poor.
Thank you, Mayor. 23 years ago, I stood at that podium the first time I was elected alderman. I raised my hand and I swore to uphold the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Illinois, and the laws and ordinances of the city of Danville. That's what I intend to do tonight. What we are trying to do is illegal. It's been pointed out by numerous authorities higher than myself. It doesn't matter what my personal beliefs are. It matters what the law is. That tells me I must vote no.
Thank you, Chairman. Is there anyone else who wishes to have comments? Alderman York?
Change has to start somewhere, right? It was against the law for the Patriots to the British tea into the ocean, right? Somebody picked up that first one and tossed it in. It was against the law, okay? As a Christian, as a man of faith, I'm an adoptive father. We've experienced as a family difficulties with children, so I'm absolutely pro-life. I take my responsibility as an alderman very seriously. I try to take a neutral stance. I look at, both perspectives because I'm able to step away and vote in favor of something if it benefits our community completely that I don't agree with, because that's what I believe an alderman is called to do. Like Alderman Pickering, I had countless calls, many in favor, many against, and I lost a lot of sleep. I've spent a lot of time in prayer. I've asked God for wisdom. I've asked other people for wisdom. The way I read this, and I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, please. It says that our goal in this is to prevent the drugs and the supplies and the things intended for producing abortion. So, Alderman Teague, you said you take a medication that could also be used as an abortion, but it's for fibroids. When a doctor gives it to you for fibroids, he's not trying to produce an abortion in you. Okay. I could be wrong, but this ordinance wouldn't prevent doctors like Bethany Holleran receiving that medication, would it?
Yes.
It would.
No.
No, because their purpose is not for producing an abortion.
Please keep your decorum. This is not interactive.
I'm asking a question because the way I read this, her use is not for intending the production of an abortion. So yeah, absolutely. I'm asking for feedback.
So I had conversation with Corporation Counsel about this specifically earlier because when I read this in detail, it gives a definition of a hospital, and it says hospital means an institution that is primarily engaged in providing by or under the supervision of physicians, inpatient diagnostic and therapeutic services or rehabilitation services. And when I talked to Corporation Counsel about this earlier, and I asked, what is the difference between a hospital and a clinic? Is it based on the language in here? Is it the basis of it being inpatient? To which he replied, and you can correct me if I misspeak at all, that would be accurate. That the inpatient is the distinction because there is no other definition in here for clinic. Now, what Bethany does as an OB, and what I've had to have done in terms of the two procedures I've had, have both been outpatient. I had the procedure, I went home.
Mm-hmm.
So, based on this alone, because there is no other definition, and it only talks about hospital and then it talks about hospital employees, only hospital, Dr. Halloran doesn't work for a hospital. She works for Carl Clinic. Any doctor that works for Christie, even if they're providing this medication for ulcers, they work for Christie Clinic. But more importantly, it does not include pharmacies. I talked to a pharmacist. When I went to pick up some other scripts, I was like, I have a question. Not because I was trying to pick it apart. I was just reading this going, well, what if this? What does this mean? Well, what about this situation? And then I'm asking questions. So I asked pharmacists. So the other language that's in here in the definition under 142.01 definitions, subsection C, it says interactive computer service is any information service system or access software provider that provides or enables computer access by multiple users to a computer server. Then it goes on to talk about internet. Then if you go to 142.02 B, this is where it becomes a violation, right? So it says any express company or other common carrier or interactive computer service carried in interstate or foreign commerce with a drug, medicine, article, designed, adapted, or intended for producing abortion. All of these drugs are used for abortion, their actual intended use, but one of them is. So, so um, on that line it says, why is this medication prescribed? Mifepristone is used in combination with and an early and then it goes on to pregnancy means it has been 70 days since the last pregnancy, blah, 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 blah. Mifepristone is also available as another product, Korlym, which is used to control hyperglycemia, which Dr. Helen brought up,
Yep.
high blood sugar, and people with a certain type of Cushing syndrome in which the body makes too much of the hormone cortisol. Other uses for this drug. Mifepristone is also sometimes used in pregnancies more than 70 days past the period as an emergency contraceptive. Then it goes on to say to treat a certain type of brain tumor, endometriosis, fibroids, or to reduce labor. One drug. So it would impact her ability to prescribe these meds to her patients and have them order them and have them delivered by mail. And more importantly, for the pharmacist, it would impact their ability to receive because the pharmacist nowhere defined in this document.
Okay, 'cause I had a lot of questions as well concerning the clinic and hospital because I don't think the women's care clinic is coming here or women's care are coming here to provide abortions and make money off of it. So, and that's not my vision of what women's health care. I understand it's an aspect of that, but I'm thinking more holistically of women's health care. And again, I'm unapologetically pro-life, and I'm for the intent behind this completely, 100%. I don't like this amendment, or I don't like this ordinance. I would absolutely be behind something. I think there's too many holes here, and I understand it cannot be. It can't necessarily be enforced. I'm not trying to actively go against the federal law or the state law, but I'm absolutely in favor of anything that promotes life, and I believe life is. Can't think of the word. But sacred.
Sacrosanct.
Sacred. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, sacred. Okay, I've gotten my question answered. That's about all I'm going to say. Sorry.
Thank you. Alderwoman Ludwig.
I just want to be very clear about this because the medical use must be for the intent or purpose of abortion.
That's the way I read it.
I would like clarification on that from corporate counsel because he clarified this to Mrs. T and Miss T.
I'm not going to try to analyze the ordinance on the fly. I've got to see.
But if you had spoken to her and her understanding is that
well, that
all
was last week.
medications, regardless of their intent or purpose, that are used,
As I said,
regardless of abortion, will be rendered illegal.
That's what I've got the problem.
That is not the case within this ordinance as I read it. So I would like clarification.
the question is what is intent and when does somebody know about the intent? That's the problem that we explored. I do think that the way it's poorly written, I think the ordinance is poorly written, and I believe it would interfere. I mean, ultimately, yes, somebody may be able to take the medication for something else, but getting it may interfere. The ordinance, I believe, will interfere. Plus, it violates the Pharmacy Practice Act, which has, as the gentleman said from the Pharmacy Association, also has a home rule preemption. I think the ordinance would have to be clarified to make sure, and I think this ordinance is vague on this issue. So I do think it would interfere.
Do you believe that under the amendment, because the ordinance would have to be adjudicated and determined its veracity and
Well,
its legal
obviously, if the,
standing at that point, don't you think that it could move forward to be determined by a judge?
oh, yes, of course, it can be when all we need is somebody, either us to bring a suit, as the gentleman from Texas suggested, and his legal counsel, Mr. Mitchell, or the Attorney General, or the Pharmacy Association, or somebody that ACL supports.
And until that determination is made, this ordinance would not be in effect according to our amendment. And so that determination could be made before our
Well, the
ordinance would go into
question
effect.
is if the ordinance passes and if it's found valid, I think it could interfere with the access to these drugs for other purposes. If the ordinance is not found valid, of course, then the drugs are available. But the ordinance would be, if a court rules that way, would invalidate the ordinance.
Well, our ordinance wouldn't necessarily be invalidated entirely because we have the severability provisions here in the ordinance that would allow certain provisions of this ordinance to be effective even if others are
Such as
removed.
what? That doesn't mean the judge has to accept the severability, but that's up to the judge. I don't know. But what would be left in the ordinance that would be valid to accomplish the purpose of the ordinance?
The entire purpose of the ordinance,
The what?
which states that the purpose to terminate pregnancy is the reason for which you can not use the drug, and which you would be in violation of the ordinance.
No, if the ordinance in any way interferes or restricts more than the Reproductive Health Act, I think the court, at least my reading of the statutes and the cases, the court would probably strike the whole thing down.
That's your
Once,
opinion.
yes, of
You'd
course,
have to
it's my
wait for that
opinion.
judgment to come from and be rendered by a judge.
Of course, that, you're right. But your statement and everyone else's statement that I've heard tonight is their opinion. Heard over 50 statements of opinion. All we can do as lawyers, and obviously I just happen to disagree with the gentleman from Texas, and that's okay. That's what we do. That's what lawyers do. You look at the law and render an opinion based on the law, and if you choose to follow it, great. If you choose not to follow it, that's okay too. As I've often said to the mayor, and I think he would confirm this, I'm the advisor. You all sitting in the horseshoe are the deciders.
Alderwoman Teague.
I think where there is trouble is because it says talks about shipments and then it also talks about interactive computer service, and I'm like, okay, this just sounds like legalese for an online transaction. And so one of the things that I did when I was looking at this, because it has a hospital exception, but it doesn't have a clinic exception, and it most certainly doesn't have a pharmacy exception, I talked to pharmacists and I said, okay, think about how do you get medications? Especially considering that methotrexate, which is used for a number of things, is something that is commonly prescribed. So, and in my research, what I did, like I don't know if I brought this up earlier or not, but I talked to someone who used to work for Planned Parenthood, and I said, okay, well, these are the drugs. Is this right? And she said, well, no, methotrexate should be on that list too. And I'm like, oh, okay, what's that? And then when I looked up methotrexate, it says Methotrexate is used to treat psoriasis. It's also used to treat rheumatoid arthritis. It's also used to treat cancer. It's also specifically breast cancer, lung cancer, certain cancers of the head and neck, certain types of lymphoma and leukemia. And then it talks about how it treats these things. Cancer by slowing the growth of cancer cells, psoriasis by slowing the growth of skin cells, rheumatoid arthritis by decreasing the activity of the immune system. And then it goes on to say it treats Crohn's, multiple sclerosis. There's a lot of parentheses explaining what multiple sclerosis is, and other autoimmune diseases. So it goes on to talk about all these things. But I asked, I said, okay, tell me how the system works. Do you order medication? How do you get it? Because this talked about online transactions. I mean, do you guys, I'm assuming you guys go online and do a transaction. Yes. Who are you ordering from? He's like, it's a closed loop system. You order from a distributor. Most likely out of state. How do you get it? Well, it comes usually through them, but it can't come via UPS. Okay, so what's written, would you be in violation of this? Most likely, yes. That was the conversation I had with and I'm like, okay, then because even if a person is using, and here's what the things that and I don't know if Dr. Allen is still here or not, but my understanding of how this woman is having a procedure, and this is a script for her, she's not getting it directly from the doctor. She's going to a pharmacy. And then the pharmacy has to be able to receive it. Now, let's say the woman is being prescribed for an abortion that she's taking those pills and she's at home. She probably still goes to the pharmacy. So how do we differentiate the pharmacy receives it? Because based on how this is written, using an express company or other kind of carrier, carriage and interstate differentiate. This bottle was specifically for this bottle is going to be set aside for abortion. This bottle is the exact same drug is going to be set aside for a person with fibroids or a person with cancer. Can't differentiate that kind that is sent to the pharmacy. Therein lies the issue with this because the language is so vague it hits so many people. That's my concern. I understand where you're coming from because I feel like we're thinking the same things. And I'm like, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I appreciate every Christian in here and everybody who's standing on the side that says I'm against abortion. And I'm hoping, based on all the things you said about this, I'm hoping creative ways to be able to stop them from coming here, but not do this. So if you got some other idea, bring that. But this is a problem.
Clarify. 142.02A essentially says it's unlawful for any person to violate 1461 by using the mails to, and then it goes on, mails to or delivery of any article, thing, designed, adapted, or intended to produce an abortion. The list of drugs that several people, including Alderwoman Teague has mentioned, clearly are designed to produce an abortion. It doesn't say unless they are used for other purposes, because it says these drugs, some of them are and have been found and are intended to produce an abortion. But it doesn't say, but there's an exception for these exact same drugs that are intended to induce abortion if they are in fact used for some other purpose, some other medical condition. The same is true in B, and again it says this deals with the computers, again talking about using the internet to obtain drug, medicine, article, or thing designed, adapted, or intended for producing abortion. There are instruments, there are drugs, there's equipment that is designed and intended to produce an abortion. But many of those things are also intended to provide other forms of healthcare. So that's why I think this is not clear enough. And I do think drugs and equipment would be banned. I mean, I don't have a stake. I'm not advocating pro-life. I'm not advocating pro-choice. I'm advocating what I see as Illinois law and the defects of the ordinance, which creates a problem with Illinois law.
Alderwoman Wilson.
The only way that we will know how these drugs and articles are intended to be used is by violating someone's HIPAA rights, which is also unlawful.
The ordinance in order for it to be effective and accepted as legal.
Any further discussion or debate on the matter? Roll call vote, please.
Alderman York,
Yes.
Wilson,
No.
Wands,
Yes.
Bouchard,
Yes.
Iverson,
No.
Ford,
No.
O'Kane,
Yes.
Hoare,
No.
Streebing,
No.
Pickering,
Yes.
Burt,
No.
Ludwig,
Yes.
T,
No.
Williams,
Yes.
7 yes.
7-7. That's great. A way to change things. Would there be a motion to table this?
No. Can't table a motion.
Motion.
Our first chance isn't our only chance.
You can always table.
Bring it back later.
Even this discussion, you can table.
Written correctly.
I vote yes.
Brings us to item 11. Here's
Leave with some decorum. You were respectful the entire time. Please do.
here's what we've got in front of us. I'd like to do the consent agenda for the savings of time, and we'll go through 11 C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, and M. If somebody will make the motion to go ahead and use the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
I got a motion and a second. Is there any questions on 11C through M on any one of the ordinances resolutions?
Did we get the paperwork at the meeting for those last two? I don't think I've seen them yet.
It's on your drive.
Is it?
Yeah. She can talk to the highlights.
We are still conducting business. Please, if you need to leave or speak, please go outside.
If you'd like to have the comptroller talk to us, you can.
At least some
Yes,
sort of
yes.
general, I don't want big specifics.
Okay.
Because I thought I'd be in bed by now.
No.
But
Go ahead.
I didn't think we'd be in bed right now.
What's your questions?
what are we doing for compensation of the employees through the information technology restructure? What is the restructure? I guess is the
Sure.
question.
Item 11M that is the title of the ordinance chapter. We're actually not amending any wages.
Audience, could you please be quiet? We are still conducting business. I mean, no disrespect, but if you need to talk, please leave the council chambers.
There are 3 positions within the IT division that their titles are being changed, and for any commentary on that, I can defer to Mr. De Silva.
Yeah, the whole point of this restructure is we did some analysis.
Can't hear you.
We can't hear you. No, can you move the mic?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the whole purpose is to restructure here in order to make our IT department more efficient. We've seen how we can function better based on our workflows and things like that. So there'll be some responsibilities that'll be assigned to different staff members. And I believe the structure will really get us to the next level. We continuously strive to do that because I think the more we do it, the better we get at it.
Vice Mayor, would you please speak in your microphone, please?
I'm just saying, I hard time believing they could be any more efficient. I think IT is about as efficient as any department the city has, and I applaud them. If they feel this would be a good idea, I would be fine with accepting it. I just haven't read some of the paperwork because I've been reading other things this week.
Okay. And I would say that 11L, we discussed this about the paperwork that we needed to do. We needed to set something up because of the grant that we're probably going to get. So she wanted all that at once because they've been.
That's the $1 million from, yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
And she wanted all that together so that she's not coming back and forth and back and forth.
Okay.
When the money comes in, she's ready to go. So if there's no other question, yes, Ms. T.
Where is it? The paperwork? Because
It's on the Dropbox.
It's on the Dropbox.
can you be, I'm in Dropbox, can you be a little bit more specific?
I can't.
Because it's, so when we first, normally when we come, the agenda and the entire packet is pulled up. When I got here, and I was here early, it wasn't. It got pulled up, but what's pulled up does not have L or M in it.
No, it won't. It was paperwork at meeting because I found out it was coming last Tuesday, so I didn't have time to get it on the agenda for this week.
Agenda.
It's on the agenda, sorry, it's not in the packet.
So then is there no paperwork?
There is, it's in the Dropbox.
Okay.
It just wasn't available Friday when the packet was released.
It's clear.
It's called wage chart.
This one is,
It should be in our mail, not Dropbox.
Yeah.
it's in your Dropbox.
It's in the Dropbox. In my Dropbox, there's a blue folder that says wage chart. And in it, there's the ordinance and the actual salary chart.
No, we're talking about two different things here.
You're talking about the
39.07 of the city code pertaining to compensation of municipal employees.
That's the wage chart.
the
There
wage
should be another document.
Okay, this is a ordinance.
Ordinance creating state appropriations fund.
Ordinance creating.
That's
It's at
item
the
L.
bottom of meetings document.
Oh, there it is. Yes, it's the
This is what was
No,
mentioned.
one of the bottom
This is
row.
not the right folder. It's in meetings
You
document.
use the
Yeah.
search function. for the name.
it's the middle document on the bottom row for me, Alderwoman.
No, that's not it. Yeah, it's not in that wage chart folder.
No, it's in the main meeting documents folder. I just made a wage chart folder because there were 2 items. One's the chart, one's the ordinance. The state appropriations fund stands alone, so it should just be under meeting documents.
Okay, thank you. What's the other document?
That's the only one I found.
So, okay. So are there multiple documents or one document?
There were 2 items on the agenda that said paperwork at meeting.
Right.
The wage chart had 2 documents. The ordinance creating the state appropriations fund had 1 document.
Thank you. Okay. So the wage chart is in the wage chart folder. The other is not in the wage chart folder.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions on 11C through 11M? If not, roll call, please.
Alderman Wilson,
Yes.
Wands,
Yes.
Bouchard,
Yes.
Iverson,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
O'Kane,
Yes.
Four,
Yes.
Strebing,
Yes.
Pickering,
Yes.
Burt,
Yes.
Ludwig,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
York,
Yes.
14 yes.
14 yes, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Items of information, right at this time, I don't have anything. So let's move on to item number 12, which is Public Works Committee report.
Chairman, thank you, Chairman Strebing. Chairman Four.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll meet in this chambers, tomorrow at 6. Oh, we haven't been here that long, but, next Tuesday at 6 PM. Will probably just be us, so.
Excuse me, Mayor
Thank you, Chairman.
Williams, was
Yes.
that a roll call just for if we wanted to do a consent agenda? Or
We
for
need to
all
do
of
the
the
roll call.
items? I was
That was for
assuming it
all,
was.
that was for all of them together.
Okay.
The motion was for our consent agenda. The second was in support of that, and then the roll
We
call.
didn't
on
do
that.
a roll call on the consent
She's right,
agenda.
we didn't
Okay.
vote on the other one.
Okay.
You know,
Just
do we-
We just did
clarifying.
the consent. We didn't
Yeah.
do a roll call.
We didn't
Chairman,
do
do
the
we
motion.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Corporation Council, do we need to vote on what? A motion was made to take all of them as a consent.
Yes,
Do we need to
and
have a separate motion
Yes.
to then vote on the actual items?
vote on the package, yes.
Okay, so start back. This is a vote on whether or not to include all of them as a consent only, you're not voting on the items yet. If you consent to have all of the items under public services to be voted together.
I thought that's what we just voted.
Yeah, we voted on it.
That we voted on.
Yeah, we
Okay,
didn't vote on
sorry.
the other part.
All right, now we're voting on the actual ordinances. All those I'm sorry, roll call vote, please.
Alderman Wands,
Yes.
Bouchard,
Yes.
Iverson,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
O'Kane,
Yes.
Four,
Yes.
Strebing, Pickering,
Yes.
Burt,
Yes.
Ludwig,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
York,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
13 yes.
13 yes, the motion carries. We do not have any need for closed session. At this time, I would entertain, I'm sorry, items of information. I would just like to, I would like to honor, I would like to honor those who are going to be departing from us, and then we will adjourn, and then we will take a 5-minute recess so that everyone can use the loo or whatever else they need to do. And we'll get started with our second one.
Been able to eat anyway, but you haven't been able to eat. Are you still hungry for that Snicker bar?
Of course I
am. I'm not sure. No, I was.
For those of you who don't know, we have two alder persons who are going to be leaving us, and although they served for a short while, their service was very impactful to the city of Danville. They both serve with a lot of integrity and leadership, and I also appreciated especially the way that you all served your constituents. I'll be honest, when I first became an alderman, I used to hear, and those who have been serving with me for a while, you could hear the complaints that you would get about people from their aldermen not calling them back, and it's just the opposite for Alderwoman Ford and Alderman Burt. So I just want to say thank you for being willing to serve in the interim, and at this time, I have plaques to honor you both for your service. It says, presented to Alderwoman Elisa Ford. Sincere thanks for your dedicated and unselfish service to the city of Danville, presented by the City Council, May 2nd, 2023. Thank you, Alderwoman. And as usual, Alderwoman Ford is a woman of few words, but hopefully she wants to. Is there anything that you would like to say to anyone?
Thank you all. It has been a pleasure, but most of all, it's been a great learning experience, educational experience. and it has been an honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alderwoman. And also presented to Ethan Burt, Alderman Ward 6, sincere thanks for your dedicated and unselfish service to the city of Danville, presented by the Danville City Council, May 2nd, 2023. Thank you.
It's a privilege to serve in this capacity. Um, Honored to meet all of you and to be a part of this process. Prior to this, pretty reclusive, pretty withdrawn, usually pretty quiet unless you hit on some of the subjects I'll never shut up about. So this has opened me up to more excitement to be involved in other ways in the city. Until the Lord calls me elsewhere, I'm here for good. So yeah, it was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you both for your service. We also have a plaque honoring our outgoing treasurer. Unfortunately, she was able to be with us this evening, but we appreciate all of the effort that Kareth underwent to try to get things organized and straightened out in the treasurer's office. So if we could give her a round of applause even in her absence, please. We have no need for a closed session. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So move. Second.
It's been moved in second. Just as a reminder, we will take a 5-minute recess and then reconvene for the reconstitution of the council. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. We are adjourned. Well, I think
I technically can jack that.
I think so, Ethan.
I'll just, if anyone has,
There you go.
There-
Yeah,
anyone has a problem?
You won't want that.
It was probably the cleaning crew who did that, right?